Good morning, everybody. It's Matt, aka the Lumberjack Landlord, here with my trusty little sidekick. This is Samuel. Say hi, Samuel. Hi. That is my son, Samuel. He wanted to start off this live stream. And are you going to go play now? Yeah. All right. We'll go play. Okay, I'll work. Sounds good. I love you. Thank you. So that is my little companion, my son, Samuel. He wanted to be a part of the live stream, so we wanted to make sure he could be a part of the live stream. So let's see. As folks start to pile into this amazing live stream, what will I know be just an absolute blast and a lot of fun to go through. Thanks, everybody. We'll give a quick family update. Make sure you guys kind of know what's going on with the fam. But family is doing awesome. Thank you all very much for asking. My daughter started her chemo on Thursday afternoon. Went absolutely great. So chemo was fantastic as chemo can be, but my daughter did great. I will actually, let me see if I can share a picture real quick. If not, I'm going to do a quick video with her today, just so you guys see the progress, but just a huge, amazing blessing. There we go. That's my daughter. So there we go. That's in focus. So that's my daughter. Amazing blessing. Just absolutely fantastic. Her name is Eliana, and she is battling a malignant rhabdoid tumor, which is a very aggressive tumor in kids. But yeah, thank you very much for asking, Kip. And yeah, family's doing great. She's doing great. Everybody slept very well last night, which was kind of a nice change. So I might look a little bit tired, but I feel better than I look, if that makes sense. So yeah, appreciate the prayers. We appreciate each and every single prayer. If you've prayed one day, if you've prayed one time, we greatly appreciate it. If you do it on a consistent basis, we really, really appreciate it, because we know prayer works. So we are very grateful. I'm very thankful that my family is back home, and that, quite frankly, is about as normal of a Sunday as we could get, with the exception of not being able to go to church because she's now extremely susceptible. So we are on lockdown for the next 6 weeks. So you guys will probably see a lot more content. I'll finally get to some of the things that I've been trying to get to. But yeah, very excited for that. So thank you for asking. Appreciate all the thoughts and prayers. And now that we're a few minutes in, wanted to start us off on a real quick topic that is near and dear to my heart, which is, you guys saw me do a couple of videos actually this week, specifically around an eviction. And so I just wanted to kind of talk you guys through those evictions and, you know, what the process was, kind of what we went through, all that sort of stuff. So I want to kind of, take you guys through that. But at this rate in my career, I really don't care about evictions. They happen. But to give you guys an idea, we have over 2,000 tenant years. The way that we count it is a tenant that's paying rent that lives in a given unit. That is a tenant year when they do it for a year. So we actually count tenant years. So we count a tenant year as being what I just said, which is a person paying rent in a unit. So some we have where it's 3 adults and they're each different paying unit, or paying each of their own rents. So we do it that way, but there's a lot of different ways. Obviously that adds up quickly. So we have over 2,000 tenant years. I have eight evictions, eight forever. Over 20 years, I have 8 evictions. Most people will never have those numbers. So we love our process. What we also understand is that, could we do an even deeper dive into tenants when we're either renting out? We do a decently deep dive. Quite frankly, we focus on, as you guys saw in my video where we talked about, basically the survival guide for landlords with the eviction moratorium and kind of the rules and what we've seen over the last 6 months or so. So I put that together. It's a great resource. We got a lot of thumbs up on that. We had a lot of people that said it was very helpful. That's the process that we follow. Just to refresh people what that process is, we do a credit check, we do a paycheck check, and then we all, as far as job still employed, but we actually just take their four most recent pay stubs. And then the third thing that we do is we actually have them prove that they paid their ex-landlord. So you have to prove it. You have to actually give us documented proof, not just talking to the landlord, not just a reference from the landlord. We actually have to see documented proof that they actually did it. So those are our three most important steps, quite frankly. And based on those three most important steps, we've actually had that record of only 8 evictions over the last, like I said, 20 years. Now, let me also add to say that 7 out of those 8 were all specifically in one building. It was one building that I bought before the crash, and we had to pay to evict pretty much every tenant that was in there, which was 3. And so that's what made it so difficult, and that's what kind of padded the numbers a little bit. So the numbers are actually even better because I don't own that building anymore. That's why I haven't done an eviction, and aside from the law, that's why I also haven't done an eviction in 3 years. So when you have the level of unit count that we have, which is 70-ish, we should expect to see at least 1 or 2 evictions a year, and we haven't been anywhere near that. So our numbers are fantastic, but that's our process. That's what we do. That's how we manage our business is we do credit check. Again, we have a credit box, which is ours is 660. I think it's 660 is our credit score box. So our credit score box for rentals is 660. And then we, along with the 660, then we also do paycheck stubs for the last 2 months. And then we also do the proof of paying their landlord the last 3. The last 3 months. Proof that they paid the landlord the last 3 months. We don't bother with landlord reference checks anymore because, quite frankly, last year I got 3 that I found out were completely fraudulent. We had an extra step that we did because it didn't quite feel right. And I was like, those numbers don't really jive. I think that might be somebody making things up. And so that has lent itself very well. And I just saw something real quick pop up, Price and Pride, 660 to 680 score is too high, in my opinion. That's right. That's your opinion. Totally fine. If you want to let people in with lower credit scores, it's entirely up to you. I've got over 2,000 tenant years with only 8 evictions, and 7 of them were in the same building. So I'll stick with those numbers. I have 0 vacancy rates. Never have. So if I'm getting, it's kind of like having your house on the market and having 9 people interested instead of really all you need is 2 or 3. If you have 2 or 3, that's fine. So 2 or 3 gets you where you need to be, which is a good quality renting tenant in your quality unit. So for me, I don't need to be at 620 or 640. In fact, we just turned somebody away that was a 622 or 624. We just turned them away just because the credit that they had that was sinking them was consistently things not being paid on time, and I want to be paid on time. So what everyone gets to set that criteria, but again, for us, it was. We actually let them give us a credit karma because depending on what service you're using is depending on what model they use. Now, for those of you who don't know, there are actually over 100 different credit scoring models that are used by Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. Maybe I'll do a special on that someday because I actually had my identity stolen and a few, probably 15 or 20 years ago, and went through this entire process. And so I really learned and understand how they do it. And then I ended up with one of those big 3 as a customer in my real job. So I understood how they then started modeling out risk. And I can tell you that there's literally hundreds of different models, and it really ranges. That's why a Credit Karma score can be 100 points higher or lower than their score because of how they model credit. So that's the most important thing in getting these units in. But like I wanted to say was that video where I actually called somebody out because I think that they might do it the way they said they do, but I don't really feel like I think that's kind of impossible. So let me just run it past you guys real quick. And again, it was the video where I covered the walkthrough. Guys, don't cry for me, Argentina. I couldn't care less. It's just a unit. It's going to take $7,000 maybe or so to repair. After I repair it, rent's going up $400 or $500. It's exactly like what we've talked about, which is good, affordable units going the way of the dodo bird. They're vanishing because I was happy. So I've owned this building for almost 2 years. I didn't place that tenant. I inherited him. He paid rent for, I looked at it. He actually paid rent for 15 months, 16 months. So only the last few were an issue. So he paid rent for the last 15, 16 months. He was a fine tenant, but to be very clear, he was an inherited tenant, but he was fine. So he stayed. And a lot of times I'll just let those tenants stay month to month. So I have more flexibility if I decide that I want to either A, up the rent, and B, they're still kind of, because they're new to me and they didn't go through my process, they're still kind of on trial of whether or not they get to stay or not. So the eviction moratorium obviously changed all of that, which was nothing that any of us could control. So that's just life and kind of the way it goes. But again, it'll be $7,000, but here's the problem. He was paying like just under $800 a month. If you guys know my market, a 1-bedroom where I am is worth anywhere from 12 to 1,600 in an older property, not in a brand new build. So just something to keep in mind. Again, I get it. I'm not looking for anybody to feel sorry for me. I was more just showing that because I want complete transparency that it's not all paychecks and buying buildings, that there is a work that has to be done. And every once in a while you just get screwed, and that's okay. It's life. So the key is making sure that happens as little as possible. But the reason that I brought this up again is because somebody was asserting that during their purchasing process, that they would meet with every tenant that was 18 years and older, that they would do a background check on every person that was 18 years and older, and that they did a social media review on everybody in that unit that was 18 years and older, which, by the way, I'm not even sure if it's legal or not when actually going through the process. And I'm a libertarian. I don't know how I would be like, nah, I'm not giving you that information. You want to try and figure it out, but I'm not giving you that info. Sounds to me like you just gave me a great sign that I need to leave. And then the fourth thing was, he said, if he found concern in any of those three during the purchasing process, guys, during the purchasing process, an inherited tenant, not a new tenant, during a purchasing process. That's where I just don't believe that this is what actually took place. And the reason I don't believe it actually took place is because, guys, at the end of the day, it makes no sense whatsoever that any seller would let you go through that process unless you're in basically a dead market. How many of us have written over ask offers? How many of us have dropped contingencies? How many of us have done these unnatural things, right? And what is natural in a normal market? How many of us have dropped those things in order to try and get a deal done on our property? And frankly, we would know, like Mike Zuber says, yeah, I would pay a discount, but I would pay less because it has people in it. Okay, I get it. I have too. But any of those problems that we have with any of those tenants, they're windows. They're windows in time. If the numbers work based on what you're looking at today, and maybe you have a little bit more upfront cost because you might have to do some work in the unit, fine. I just didn't get that approach. That's a model that works for him. That's a model that particular viewer likes and wants to abide by. Totally cool. That model works for him. But for me, knowing that out of my 8 evictions, 7 of them were in one specific building that I no longer own, and now that I have 136 plus tenants over 70 something units that are actually paying rent, I just look at that and I say, I've got one eviction out of that pile of people in 20 years. I'm not going to get more stringent or more difficult. I don't need to. All of those things are more stringent, more difficult, more steps. I just don't think that going to that level really makes any sense whatsoever. That might be proof that you're in the wrong market. And I know that person, he said that he's seen worse and done other evictions. His numbers, his approach has led to more evictions than I had. And he's got fewer units. He's only got 47 doors. And so please know that this is not me being defensive. I always like to play out the different models because I don't believe I've figured it all out. I don't believe I have the answer for everything, although I have an answer for a lot. I like to play out the scenarios in these different models and to say, is something that person is doing getting them a better result or a worse result, making them more money? And I really like to evaluate these other models because it's so rare that people will tell you exactly what their model is so you can then judge it against yours. And that's the biggest challenge, is making sure that the model that you have is in alignment with your best results. That's what I'm always gunning for. It's kind of like golf. I'm not comparing myself to others. I'm comparing myself against myself because I'm the one that has to pay the eviction. I'm the one that has to get the tenant out. I'm the one that has to approve the tenant. So all of those things We obviously have our process for new tenants. The challenge comes into play with inherited tenants. And we are not a landlord. We actually make the numbers work based on the existing rents. Like I always say, if you're buying for appreciation, you're a chump. If you're buying because the numbers work on the deal that you have today, that's what makes sense. Not even accounting for the fact that rents can go up X month more money. Now, I look at that because I'm the one who controls those rents going up, but I don't make that help me make the deal, if that makes sense. But his rents were so low. Like I said, it was under $800, 770 or 760 or something, because he had been in that unit for years before I bought the building. So his number was really low. Totally fine, all good. I don't like buying the building and then instantly raising rents on everybody. I think that's just a jerk move. So I let the lease play out. Then I let them go month to month. And then at that time, depending on what other projects and things like that we have going on, then we start to look at, okay, markets are this, and then we employ something like the binder strategy. It's pretty close to binder, but it's not. It's got a couple differences. But Dion Financial Freedom, Dion Talks, his binder strategy, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely a way to, just crush it and get good numbers. So yeah, love that. But that's what I wanted to make sure to kind of reference was that video of the lockout, and then the video following up on that I had the conversation with the other two of the three amigos, having that conversation with them, because I think everybody's box is different. I respect everybody else's box, but if you're going to come at me, I want to know, okay, then what's your model that's so awesome, so perfect and amazing? Just tell me what that amazing model is. It's phenomenal, because I'll put my eviction record up against anybody else's. Literally 8 in 20 years, and with over 2,000 tenant years. If you guys didn't hear what a tenant year is, it is a person in one of my units paying rent for a year. That's a tenant year. That's what a tenant year is. We have over 2,000 tenant years, over 2,000. And we have 8 total evictions. 7 of them were in one specific building that I sold a couple of years ago because I could not wait to just get my head above water in that thing and get rid of it. We all have those. And the funny thing was, is I actually made money on the building. I just didn't want, like, literally when something, I'm a decent math guy. So when something is, literally 80% or, near 100% of my evictions, yeah, I want to get rid of that building as quickly as possible. And so we were able to do that. But yeah, so get ready. That was, you guys feel free to ask any questions about that. I just, me, I'm just big on transparency. Wanted to spend, 15 or 20 minutes just kind of talking that through with you guys. I'm happy to, to discuss any of that further, but I want to at least level set. Like I said, I know that people come to the channel looking for ideas, looking for what we go through. I don't want to ever rose-colored glasses it, because I actually self-manage. So it's not just a problem for my property manager. It's a problem for me. I get the text message right here, and I get the phone call. And so, yeah, I do everything that I do. I'm not as lazy as Dion, but I'd like to be. And so everything that we do is to eliminate weight on our shoulders. And so we'll fix something instead of, we'll replace something instead of repair it in many cases. So there's a lot of things like that. But guys, please feel free to ask questions. I'll jump into some of the questions right now so we can kind of talk through some of these items. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun today. I've got the next X amount of time set aside to do this. And so, yeah, we'll kind of walk you guys through it, but, let's jump into some of the questions. So Kip, thank you again. Appreciate the thoughts and prayers. Family's doing great. Good morning, Dion. Kip Stevens. Yep. That is awesome news. Yes. Prayers with you and the family. Much appreciated. We appreciate every single prayer. John Doe, good morning. Matt, hope all is well. Keeping you guys in our prayers. Thank you very much, John. That means a lot to us. Family is everything. That is very true. It was amazing, honestly, just with my family this morning, just being able to hop in the minivan. Yeah, that's what my wife chose. I have an old Escalade, like a 12-year-old Escalade. I like driving that and driving the kids in that, but she insists on her car. So we did, but it was just great being able to, we're on quarantine. And so the most fun that we can have is literally just jumping in the car and putting the windows down and driving around. Just because baby Anna with her chemo, she can't be around anything. So she is very susceptible. So we are on lockdown for at least the next 6 weeks. So yeah. So Crimson Knight, hello, Matt. Glad to see the family's doing well. Yes, thank you very much. They're doing great. Hi from Les and Heidi. Hi, guys, from Summerlin, Nevada. I know that I think you guys are moving, right? Which is sad because we would have been neighbors in the next few years. We are definitely going to buy in Summerlin. We love it there. Price and pride. Yep. We talked about the 660 to 680 is too high in your opinion. Yep. Understood. Some people, you can find a decent tenant sometimes with a lower credit score. Not saying that, but for us, it's really about probability, quite frankly. And so we just try and manage probability, and we manage that probability best when we have a tighter rental box. So Mike talks a ton about the buy box. I talk a ton about the rental box because I think he does such an amazing job on the buy box side. I don't really have a whole lot to add to that other than specific market stuff. So we really focus on the rental box because I think that's where a lot of landlords miss it, is the rental side. Angel R, 700 minimum credit score. Ooh, Angel, man, dude, Angel's the man. Like a 700 score, like that's approaching homeowner level. Yeah, so we don't do 7. Quite frankly, I think most of our people are in that 660 to 680 score range. That's where we kind of found our sweet spot, at least in our area anyway. But yeah, 700, awesome. Andrew P, good morning. Hey, good morning, Andrew. Appreciate you. 660 to 680 is high for Manchester, but in today's market, I think I can make it work. Yeah, so Crimson Knight. So Crimson Knight is out of Manchester, New Hampshire. That is where I had those 7 out of my 8 evictions, and in one building. Yeah, that was why we left, was because our rental box didn't work there, but we were even getting bad tenants with those scores. So for me, that just to me made, basically it's called market dislocation. So it's a dislocation when something that should lead to a good result doesn't lead to a good result, or doesn't lead to a predictable result. And so for me, that's what made us walk away from Manchester, because I'll be honest, there are some amazing deals in Manchester based on what you can get for rents and what you can buy and the price that you can buy it for, especially on tries and quads. Like there are some amazing numbers out there. For us, we're a little over an hour away from there now. And that's what made us decide to jet out of Manchester, was because if I can focus and look at my portfolio and say, all right, this one building is basically 100% of our problems. And here's the crazy thing. All new windows, all new doors, all new vinyl siding, all new flooring in the units, all new kitchens, all new bathrooms. It was not a problem of the building. The building was a great, great building and had a ton of stuff there. So I see a lot more people joining. Guys, please feel free. Ask your questions. We're going to get to every single question today. And then we'll just keep on talking through these different topics. But we want to make this a good, fun share time. So let's see. So 700 minimum credit score. I love that. Andrew, thank you again. Crimson Knight. Yeah, that's 660 to 680. It certainly is higher, certainly for a city area. But I would, I watch for that. My first tenant below 680 has been late the most. John Williams, I appreciate the honesty, because so many people are full of crap and they lie. I will tell you exactly the truth about every one of my units and my buildings. But yeah, it's funny, right? It's because they're, largely speaking, their scores are in those low 6s ranges because they don't pay things on time. And that's the thing that we need to watch out for. And the funniest thing is, we look at things and we say, oh, well, what's the biggest predictor of a tenant's future behavior? I don't trust landlord screenings anymore because I've been lied to so much in the last year. So I really do focus on those credit scores. And did they actually pay their landlord the last 3 months? I want to know that. When the landlord had the chance to evict them, are they actually evicting? Oh, and one thing too that we just did was leases, but that doesn't tell you a whole lot, because I had a lot of people that were during COVID where their lease expired, where I didn't re-up their lease. I just let them go month to month. And then we just started with the tenants that were good. We started that process of working with them to re-sign if they wanted to re-sign, and did we had to go through marginal increase and all that other happy fun stuff. So John Williams, love the comment. That's awesome. John Texas, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for your prayers, sir. Analytics Ariel, great to see you. Oh my gosh, we will definitely connect. Analytics Ariel. She is an amazing, amazing YouTuber, guys. You got to check out her channel. She's very cool. Just like as cool as the other side of the pillow. I mean, just data scientist. I want to make sure I get that right. I'm pretty sure she's a data scientist, but it's been a lot of fun working with her on kind of like for me, I like to nerd out on some different analytics and numbers. And so Analytics Ariel was the perfect person for me. So we just kind of gotten through some numbers, but she has some killer content on her stuff. We actually did one together on ADUs, which you hear Mike talking about, but she has found a way to do this on Zillow, which is a platform that a ton of us use, and we don't have to pay for it. There's a lot of pay for stuff out there, but it's expensive. It's not if you find a deal. So I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's not. But she and I did a video. It's on my channel. It's about ADUs. She did a bunch more on her channel about a lot of other cool stuff where she actually shows how to use the front end of these applications, some other sites that you can do. So it's pretty cool stuff. But yeah, lots of fun. I really enjoy spending that time with her. Kip Stevens, what do you think about the credit score the banks have for you instead of Credit Karma? So yeah, so that's the different model thing. So it really does range. So to give you an example, right? So my credit, so through Discover Card, right? So through my credit card, they say that I have an 830 credit score, an 830, right? If you go through an actual third-party credit agency where they're actually, I just had my credit pulled from all the refinances. What was interesting is in that same 30 days, that score for me with the other three vendors was all 780 to 790. Okay, they use a different model. What's amazing is I also pay for credit monitoring through TransUnion, and they say I have a 683, 100-point difference. That's where I'm saying from a bank perspective, it's suspect because it's which model are they signing up to? Because to a different bank, you could be a 780 with one bank or an 830 with another or a 680 like I am. Think about that 150-point difference. I go from getting the very best rate, they'll give me pretty much anything I ask for, all the way down to we're not sure we can approve your loan, which is just crazy to me. So I don't like the inconsistency because what they're trying to do, just so you know what the business model is of these credit agencies, their business model is trying to create a correlation between what that person is buying and their behavior and their propensity to actually pay, right? And the likelihood that they're going to pay. So they have a different model for car loans than they do for home loans, than they do for camper loans. They have a different model for each of those. And it's because they create their algorithm and their formula based on the purchasers of that type of product in those profiles. So that's what's amazing to me is that a lot of people don't know this, but there is not one TransUnion score or one Experian score or one Equifax score. They literally have hundreds of models depending on what you're buying. I know this because I work with them, or I've worked with one of them. So that's very interesting. But yeah, instead of Credit Karma, that's why I still have somebody show me a Credit Karma. Here's the crazy thing. Look at what I was telling you guys, though, about that in the survival guide. We don't pull credit. And the reason we don't pay to pull credit or charge them to pull credit is because, and we take that largely with basically a grain of salt, is because if they are being evicted, it's in process, number one. Number two is if they haven't paid their landlord, that's where we're going to find out that stuff. Because no one that I know of has paid their landlord in full on time and is still getting evicted. Hasn't happened that way unless their building was just purchased. And in that case, I'll look it up in the deed and I'll do a little bit more research there. But that's where I think the gold is right now, guys. That's where I think the gold is in looking and evaluating your tenants, making sure that you're not going to I call it legislating out the sun. You can't come up with every law and rule possible to make sure that you have no exposure to the sun. However, you can drastically reduce what you're going through to make sure that you understand here's what the risk is in owning the property. Here's what the risk is with that particular landlord or that tenant, excuse me. So yes, let's see. Shar, good morning to all. Good morning, Shar. KHPF881. Hi, Matt. Do you have any guidance or minimal terms in an LOI to get my offer accepted? In today's market, does asking the seller to pay part of the closing costs turn off the seller? Thanks a lot. So I will tell you, so I have sold 3 properties this year and I have purchased, 7 I've purchased already. For me, I still look at the deal as a whole. So I don't care if you're asking for a contingency. I don't care if you're asking me to pay closing. I just look at that as the number that it is and take it off the price that I'm getting. So I don't care what the structure is necessarily. In fact, what I have done in a couple of cases, so I could bring less money to the table and actually have it rolled into the mortgage, I've actually offered over ask, significantly over ask, asked them to pay all the closing costs because they can cover up to 3.5% of the closing costs in any transaction. I got them to cover the closing costs. That way I had to bring that much less to the table, and I didn't care that I had a mortgage on something larger because, pretty much everything I was buying appraised out. Give me just 1 second, guys. Sorry, contractor's working today. Sorry about that. We have working contractors on Sundays because they like to do side work, and I like to help guys get side work. So back to your question, KHPF881, back to your question on that with the offer. So again, I look at it as the all-encompassing offer. And quite frankly, so does the seller. So, I mean, most sellers, I don't know that there are any out there, but for me, I will offer significantly over ask, have them cover their closing costs. When they cover their closing costs, or when they cover those closing costs, it's that much less I have to bring to the table. So if I'm already in an FHA loan, guess what? That's how we just did the house hack for one of my students. Was we offered way over ask, or not way over, but we offered just under ask, because it was overpriced. We offered just under ask. And then when we got into negotiations, we actually said, okay, we'll agree to that price, but we want you to cover the closing costs. It took them a couple of days to figure it out because, again, it's still coming out of their pocket. It's still proceeds that they're not going to get. But what did that enable? It enabled my student, to not have to buy, or to not have to bring $18,000 down to the table. He brought $8,000. He had all the rest of the fees covered. So he had $10,000 in fees covered that he was normally going to have to bring to the table, which now that $10,000 that he saved, guess what he did? He spent $6,000 improving the unit that he's going to move into. He'll move into that unit, and when he's ready, he'll rent that one. When another one's, somebody else leaves, he'll move into that one, redo that one at that time, and then he has a brand new nice unit that right now it was only renting for $895 a month. Now that unit is worth $1,350. It's going to be a massive swing for him. So yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing that we kind of get into and kind of walk through. That's the stuff that we look at to make sure that we're optimizing the opportunity, minimizing the cash out of pocket, and maximizing the cash that we do have to do the things that actually increase the value of the property and get us better tenants. So that's just a quick tip, but yeah, it's killer. It's absolutely awesome. Let's see, Charlie Bossy, baby lumberjack rules. Thanks very much. Yeah. Oh, so we'll do a quick picture for those because a lot of people didn't get to see the picture. Let's see. So let's see here. We'll show you guys a quick picture of little baby Anna. Because yeah, she is a tough kid. And so this is actually from, this is actually right when she got home. This is actually right when she got home from chemo yesterday. So that's baby Anna. There we go. That's focused. So that's her there. Yep. So yeah, she's doing great. Thank you very much. Thoughts and prayers are appreciated. Literally every single one we are grateful for. We know prayer works. So we are very grateful for every single prayer. Let's see. So yes, thank you, Charlie. So Crimson Knight, our rents all over the place on the Seacoast. Looking at a duplex in B area in Manchester, I see rents from 1.1 to 1.8K. How do I figure that out? thinking about the high end based on an area. Yeah, I mean, that's the challenging part, right? Is that it sometimes can be, that's what's so hard. So I have actually, when I was in Manchester, I would post a unit, kind of market analysis. I would post a unit with a number on it and see how many responses I got. It doesn't tell you how people feel about it when they show up though. But that's where it's really difficult is I try and find on Craigslist or apartments.com other stuff that's around there and then look at the quality and then compare that quality to my stuff and then make sure that mine has all the same amenities. So there's no exact science to it, but there is probability, and you're trying to increase your highest probability for getting the best renters and eliminate your probability for having a rental that is overpriced and thus get you or can get you a worse renter. So I would look at parking situation, plowing situation, landscaping. I would look at quality condition of the outside, quality condition of the inside. Is that place all brand new? Because that 1.8, that could be a brand new construction area. That could be, so that's what I would look at is I look at comparing the quality contrast one to the other. And then making sure, put yourself in the renter's position. Main drag, right? Are you on the main drag, main street that gets, I have one apartment that gets 22,000 cars a day in front of it, but you can't tell on the inside because I did all the work on the inside where literally it's like a fortress of solitude. You can't hear anything. So it's kind of awesome. So that's something to think of too. So I think in looking at that duplex, that's what I would be most conscious of. The other thing too is I would also talk to Manchester Housing. I know that they have a waiting list for tenants. I know that I talked to a number of the ones from my area. And again, we had the same rental box. We don't discriminate. We actually put them to the same rental box that everybody else has. And then it's up to us if we decide that there's some reason that we can make an exception. But that's our rental box. That's what we go by. So I would actually talk to Manchester Housing and give them the room count, give them an understanding of what the unit is, and then, kind of work backwards from there. That's what I would do. Figure that. Yeah. So that's that. Know thyself first. Hi, Matt. Bought 900 square feet of LVP Napa Grave. Oh, very cool. And so, yeah, I think you'll love the product. Yeah, stuff is awesome. We actually, so do we put any of that in this week? We did. We put in a few hundred feet, maybe only 300 or 400 feet this week of that. We did basically a smaller apartment, but we have a massive project coming up that is, I think the building is, I think it's 15,000 square feet of units. And so, yeah, we don't tell Marty, but yeah, trying to get a deal. But yeah, we're going to try and get something done there because we're going to need a ton of flooring because I want to redo the flooring all in that entire building, but we might not buy it all at once because we don't kick people out when we buy property. We let them stay. We live out the lease. We live out month to month, so long as they're good tenants. And then we just work with them over time. So great. Very glad. And keep me posted about the install. I know I probably shouldn't care, but I kind of do just because I want to see if you had a different experience. My people loved it. For what? Let's bring it up now. Might as well. So here we go. So American Flooring Corporation. This is their industrial grade. Look how thick that is. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. But this is their industrial commercial grade. It has a attached pad on the back, and it's not a junky pad. Like, this stuff is nice. This stuff is nice. I love this pad. They're not paying me for this advertisement. When I find good product, and if I can use my buying power to help get you guys deals, I certainly try and do that. All landlords should stick together. But it's textured. It has nice color to it. They have a bunch of samples. Here's all the other stuff. But yeah, some of this stuff is like diesel size thickness. This is commercial grade, so it's just much thicker. In fact, this is that's a 20 mil wear layer. So this is a very, very strong product. So the way that just my philosophy in product, guys, I don't put junk in because it costs me just as much to install junk as it does to install good product. I want my stuff to last. So I started a relationship with this company only 3 or 4 months ago, but I did a ton. I've done a ton of this stuff, putting it in. And I haven't just done this stuff. I've done this stuff, and I've done, is that it? Yes, this stuff. I've done a ton of this, put a ton of this stuff in. It looks awesome. Not every piece obviously looks like it has a knot in it because that would be monotonous. I know that's horrible. But yeah, this stuff, awesome. Love the product. So far, so good. I've had people move in. I've had them slide chairs on it, slide tables on it. I've had all that stuff happen. No issues yet. No breaks yet. No edges breaking. Any of that other stuff. It's been actually, actually really, really good. Sorry, guys. Another contractor update. So really good. So yeah, love that product. It's been really, really good for us. Like I said, only 3 months, but so far, awesome. And our stuff, a lot of our housing is for grad student age. It's either young professionals that, don't want to live at home, but also want to live with friends. So, they're in and out, they have decent traffic. They're always coming and going. So it actually is, it's been really good. So I hope your experience is as good as mine. But yeah, actually know thyself first. Drop down in the comments below her. If you've received it, and B, what the customer service level was like, because I want to make sure it wasn't just a good experience for me. Because that's why I mentioned them. The experience was awesome. The product was great, and especially the value for the price. It was killer. But interested to know what your experience was so far. Crimson Knight on the Manchester South location seems not to matter. I mean, yeah, I would base it so look at the deal based on the numbers that they have right now. Does that deal make sense with the numbers that they have right now? Then I would model, okay, if I make these changes and I make it that much nicer compared to the other stuff that's out there on the market, how much more room does it give me? So that's where I've gotten really good. I can look at the numbers on paper. I can kind of figure it out, generally speaking, just based on what the pure math says. But what I also want to look at is more than just what the pure math says. It should be, what can I turn this into, right? But you have to know that you have to make sure that you're right. Because if you're not right, then where are you at? Sorry, guys. If I ask them to work Sunday, I got to work Sunday. It's the right thing to do. And let's see. And so for those of you, the other thing too, I want to remind you guys about is Emma, the 23-year-old that's actually going through the Lumberjack course. We are just making sure that we're leaving no stone unturned. We are going to have a course. It's not going to be expensive because I want everyone to possibly house hack that possibly can, because I believe that the biggest move in the market is going to be in duplex to quads in the next 5 years. I think that's going to be the biggest movement. And so as far as market goes, so we do have an update coming from Emma. She had COVID last week, so wasn't really feeling well, but we do have her halfway month through update. We just kind of jotted all of our notes down, the questions I wanted to ask, things that she can kind of offer based on her experience. But again, she's 23 years old. She has her core job and then a bunch of side hustles. Amazing, amazing, amazing hard worker. And I know that people will get a ton of benefit out of it. And she has no real estate experience. She is studying to get her license, but not yet. Hasn't gotten it yet. I think she takes that, I don't know, next couple of weeks or something. But I felt like she was going to be the perfect person to kind of talk through a lot of those things with people that are contemplating whether or not to do it or not to do it. So Crimson Knight, not really, like I said, I would look at it, model the deal based on the numbers that you're seeing right now today. Then I would look at the other side of it, which is what you think you can get to, but based on what you know about the market. Like, you're in Manchester, you know that market. What does that mean that you can possibly get from that number? And that's where I would look. I'm not looking to buy for future appreciation or what I might be able to get in rent someday. It's what I think I can get right now and change the deal. But again, I'm not making the deal solely based on that, if that makes sense. Another from Know Thyself First. Thank you for the referral. Look forward to getting the material by mail but have to find a contractor to install. Okay, so finding a contractor for install. There's a bunch of ways to do it. Angie's List or Angie's now. I've done Craigslist. I was more tolerant and willing to kind of take the hit. But if somebody says, hey, I've got 20 years experience or 10 years experience, this stuff isn't rocket science to install. So if they say, hey, I've got 20 years experience, just make sure you go over the job with them, that you have a contract that reflects that. And a lot of times guys are looking for side hustle money. They work 5 days a week. But what's crazy about it is they work 5 days a week for these companies, and the companies pay them 20, 25 bucks an hour, maybe 30 bucks an hour, tops in my area. And so what I do is I say, hey, how about I pay you $1.50 a foot? Well, they do the math and they go, all right, I can do 400 feet in a day. That's $600 in a day on an 8-hour day. Do the math. 600 bucks, 8-hour day. They're making 75 bucks an hour. 70 bucks an hour, right? 75. Yeah, 75. I was right in the first place. 75 bucks an hour. They're thrilled. They have a saw. They have the products and pieces that they need. You're bringing them all the material is going to be there. Like, I love that. That's a win for both of us. That's a win for me at $1.50 a foot because I'm not going to pay some company $2.50 or $3. Number one. But number two is it's a win for them because it's side hustle money. So I love that. I mean, I used to bust my butt on side hustles trying to make money up on the weekends and money at nights. And it was hard trying to find those jobs. Now you have Craigslist and all these other different things where people post for gigs. Now, obviously, legal disclaimer, I don't know who you're going to find. You might find a tweaker. I have no idea. I've gone through a process. I've had a couple bad ones. I've also had the guy that I use today on every single job, and he does an amazing job, and he's thrilled for the money, and so am I. So, yeah, like I said, they work their butts off, and they do a great job. Let's see. So yeah, so can't wait to find out, know thyself. Can't wait to find out what you think. But if you're touching the same product I am and going into Home Depot and touching that product, or Lowe's and touching that product, or Lumber Liquidators and touching that product, or a lumber mill or not lumber mill, a lumber yard that carries stuff. Yeah. I mean, I can't, this is still a superior product to me. It just is. Price and pride. When you're first starting out, how do you find an affordable and quality contractor? No such thing. Especially in those pandemic period when all the good ones are taken or expensive. There you go. No such thing. So it all comes down to relationships. My guys, almost all of them, and some of them have gotten spoiled. Others of them left for jobs that paid a lot more money, and they're willing to roll those dice and say, I think that they're going to keep me busy forever. And sadly, I just saw a couple of them get laid off. No, I don't hold a grudge. They're just like, yeah, you left me. That's fine. And if I have something that comes up, I'll give you a call. They're still a quality contractor. I'm just going to pay them what I pay. So we have kind of a formula for everything. We have a formula for window trim, base trim, vinyl click lock flooring, hardwood install, sanding of floors, sheetrock, mudding. We kind of have a formula for everything. And I won't share a lot of those just because it's completely specific to us, our region, and everything else. But yeah, there's a ton of stuff out there. So we're $1.50 a foot for baseboard, for window trim, whether it's extension jambs or the actual trim around it and sills. Again, $1.50 a foot. And this is us providing all the material and us having all the material show up on site. So that's the biggest lesson that I learned in this game is they want to get paid for their time. As well they should. It takes them hours to measure everything off and go pick it up at the lumber yard and then drop it off at the house and then start the project. Or they're not starting the project until 11 a.m. that morning anyway because they went through all those steps. So value their time. They do, and they should. That's the way that they make money. That's the way they put food on their table for their family. So for me, that's where I will have either myself or I will place the order and I'll have, one of our gopher guys, just like an independent contractor that will just go pick up the stuff where I'm like, this is the order. He picks up he takes my truck and my trailer and he goes to the lumber yard and he loads it all. And then he brings it all to the job site and then he drops it off. Hey, at the end of the day, he's $20 an hour to do that. And that takes him about 3 hours. It cost me $60. You don't think I make that up when I can pay $1.50 a foot? Because I just tell them, guys, don't have to get anything. All you have to do is show up with your saws and start putting stuff up. They love that. And I love that I can do that for contractors. So The other thing that we do too is if something doesn't have a deadline, we actually ask them if they want to do it for a filler job. And we just say, hey, you have to get it done in 60 days. That's what we do. So we'll talk about having them getting it done in 60 days. So yeah, we've done that. You can't legislate out the sun, but I assure you California's proven you're wrong. Have they? Have they? Yeah. I wouldn't invest in California if you paid me. Mike's done an amazing job and good for him. But yeah, I wouldn't invest in California if you paid me. And they haven't legislated out the sun. They still have a ton of legal challenges and legal problems. So yeah, that's not gone very well for them. And especially for landlords, hope they're enjoying that new eviction status or non-eviction status. Like I've always said, that's the one thing about being in a state that has high property taxes is the state is aligned and the cities are aligned with the landlords because they have to get paid. They have to get paid. And very often the landlords that aren't getting paid are the ones not to pay. And I can tell you that even if a town takes your house on a tax deed, I can tell you that with legal challenges and everything else, it is years before that thing goes on the market. In fact, I have this one town that I do business with. I know if factually it takes them between 18 and 24 months to get the type of deed that they need. I think it's a quick claim, but it takes them 18 to 24 months or a foreclosure deed. I don't remember, but it takes them 18 to 24 months to get that deed. So it's going to be 2 years before the thing's on the market anyway, which guess what? Another 2 years if they're not getting paid taxes on that property. Just saying, which they obviously can't really afford to have happen. Let's see. Can you talk about what you look for in multifamily with 5 units or more? I can. So, John, Texas, give me some more detail and kind of like the things that you'd like me to talk about with them, because right now I'm kind of like Mike. I'm not looking at properties like that. So I'm still doing my homework so I can make sure I understand what the market is, see if something crazy cheap comes available. I'm doing a deal. I'll announce it next week. I think because I closed this week, but I'll do the deal next week. I'll show you guys the numbers, real legit. And that deal is absolutely a grand slam and a half. Like if you could take 6 bags on a hit, that would be it, because that is an absolute grand slam, that deal. I'm psyched to share it with you guys, but yeah, that deal is an absolute smoke show. But the reason I'm not looking at all those 5+ deals is because they have reset rates. They have reset rates, and those reset rates is what scares the crap out of me, because 3, 5, or 7 years from now, that's where you're going to get crushed. Is you could be dealing with a 7 or an 8% rate, and that means that your cap rate is going to be garbage. So yeah, I see you answer down there. I'll get down to that. Actually, let's just handle it now. So cap rate, cash flow per unit, financing. So for me, it's still percentage, it's still return on my capital. That's the bigger reason that I don't love those deals right now, is they're still extremely capital intensive. So I'm doing a building right now, looking at one that's $1.35 million. That's going to be, even in most banks, it's going to be a 30% down. 30% down means that you're going to have to come to the table with 135 times 3, which is 405K before closing. Then you add closing and everything else into that, and you're probably talking about 450K. So you're $500,000 into that deal. What's your return on capital there? Now, I've got a great rate at 3.75 because I have a great relationship with my bank and because they know that I'm an approved borrower and all the other good stuff, right? But 3.75. Now, I believe that in 5 years, what our interest rate's going to be, I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, but I believe they will be markedly higher then than they are now. So that, unless, of course, the world has exploded. So I believe that I could be looking at you guys got to remember in 07 and 08, when the crash was starting to happen and happening places, A, you couldn't get debt, so you couldn't refinance some stuff. B, if you could get debt, it was at a very low loan to value ratio. And C, worst of all, is the rate was garbage. So I had residential stuff. I literally got quoted 10% on a residential loan in 08 or 09. I got quoted 10%. 10%. Imagine if your rate goes from 3.75 to 10%. What does that do to your payment? Guess what? You just found a way to lose money. Here's the worst part is, if it's commercial, it resets, period, and then your only option is to refinance. Well, what if you can't refinance? That's the kind of stuff that scares the crap out of me on the 5 to 20s, is that it's all about interest rate. It's about my payment. It's also about what rents are at the time. Obviously, rents, I believe, carry up with inflation and all that good stuff. But I don't know I won't know if it's stagflation. Is it going to be a stagnant market and inflated prices? And are rents going to carry with that? I don't know. I'm not an economist, but more importantly, I don't have a crystal ball. So for me, unless it's a really specific opportunity on the commercial side, not interested. Not interested. I know some people that are doing some of those commercial deals, but they have the cash sitting there. So if the rate in 5 years goes nuts, they can just pay it off and then find a way to better recapitalize it. Or they'll recapitalize at a much lower loan to value, so the bank feels much less risk. So then you'll get a much better rate. So hopefully that answers the question, John. If not, just get me down below again. Crimson Knight, what do you do if a house is ungrounded? If thinking just buy AFCI, GFCI breakers and keep wiring. So I always leave that up to the electrician and the city, because when we do electrical work, we'll pull a permit. If the guy says, this is what I want to see, and then we get into it, we find that there's a problem with what he wants to see, the inspector, we then call the inspector and say, this is what we're finding. How would you like us to remedy? And then it's whatever the inspector says, this is how we want you to remedy. That's how we do it. And so I've seen it go both cases because I work in multiple towns. So I've seen it go both ways. And so then we've grounded a house too, where they make you put in that grounding rod. So we've done that too. So it really, really, truly depends on local code and the code enforcement officer. And then our electrician just working with them, having that active dialogue and conversation. Sarn, she's adorable. Thank you very much. Prayers to the cutie. Appreciate that very much. Like I said, we appreciate every single prayer. Mahid Gezel. I'm going to try and stop pronouncing that last name because I'm horrible. I'm a 9th grade dropout. It's my fault. But Mahid, hi Matt, do you use a real estate agent to rent your units or do yourself? Where can I get a contract template for rental to rent my units by myself? I'm in Houston. Oh, great question. So yes, I always rent out my own units. Because I can, and because the real estate market's super hot, and I covered my criteria earlier in the video. You guys can watch that. You can also watch Eviction Moratorium Handbook or Survival Guide for Landlords. That's an amazing video that I put together, kind of walking you guys through that process. And this is not Gatorade Zero Clear. This is actually just water. So no endorsement for Gatorade. So yes, you can do it yourself. Right now, so what's really interesting is we just went to an agent for right now because we are under quarantine with my daughter. And so we gave them 6 units last week. Yeah. Gave them 6 units last week. We gave them all the write-ups, gave them all the information. And so they start showing those. I think they start showing those this coming weekend, if I'm not mistaken, or this week, excuse me. So yes, if you're looking for a rental, so if you're looking for a rental contract template, here's 3 easy ways to get that. Most expensive first. Most expensive, hire an attorney that is in real estate law to write one for you. But they might already have one and they say, hey, if you put me under retainer, I'll give it to you. Probably good to have an attorney under retainer anyway. Second way to do it is you can actually go to some other landlord meetups. Talk to some other guys about their experience, have they been to court, those types of questions. And then if they've had good experiences in court and it's gone well for them, then they probably have a pretty good lease. But you can always ask. I know for people that ask me for my lease, I provide it. I don't really care. But I'm just like, this is my lease the way I use it. It's no disclaimer over anything you're going to get out of it. It's entirely up to you. But yeah, that's what I do on my lease. But mine's specifically for the state of New Hampshire. So first I was hire an attorney. Second, I would go to a meetup group. And then the third thing I would do is the cheap option out is like a legal Zoom. The problem is a lot of those leases suck. They're just really, really, really heavy with a lot of nasty language that quite frankly are expensive to defend. Not a huge fan. Not a huge fan of the LegalZoom versions that I've seen from my state anyway. So yeah, that's my take on it. Matthew Paris. Okay, I'm here. You can start. Thank you for showing up, Matthew. That was probably said 20 minutes ago from what I can tell. So yeah, You'll just have to watch the first 40 minutes because you missed some amazing stuff, Matthew. Let's see. Mahid, by the way, you three amigos are awesome. Oh, thank you very much. I love working with those guys because we all got, generally speaking, to the same place. We all have financial freedom and financial independence, and we all did it differently. Yeah, I just think, I love working with those guys. I love the perspective. I like Mike's portfolio size. It's huge. And so he has something of everything, which is really cool. And then love working with Dion just because he house hacked like I do, self-manages largely like I do. So he's a lot of fun. I just like working with those guys. They're fun to work with. So yeah, appreciate that you guys like that and that you tell us that because it's fun working with them. It's really not working with those guys. Donna Ohanian, where is the spreadsheet for Lumberjack Landlord course you put our expenses? Where is the course? And I didn't find it on your website. So great question. So there will be, there is a link on the website. I will post that in the video notes. So I will get that posted. And then the course is not out yet. Course is not out yet because I've lived the course. So I know what it worked like for me. What I was very concerned about was I wanted to make sure that it worked for people today in this market. So I had two students that I've worked with. I wanted to see, and because largely speaking, this is really formulated for people in their early 20s. They have different challenges than people sometimes in their 30s and their 40s. Still be valuable because all the approaches are still the same, but usually from their perspective, they're working with usually $0, but also no established job. I mean, there's a lot more challenges kind of on that lower end. So I figure if I can, and when I lower end, I mean age-wise. So if I can build something and complete what we have, which has really been very good, worked in every way, shape, and form so far. If I can complete what we have based on the challenges that they're focused on, it should make people that are more established in their career or later on in life, it should make it that much easier for them. So we are working on that. I'm expecting, really depends on my daughter's health and availability. That's our first and foremost. So probably, I think we're in good shape for probably by the end of the year. We also want more success stories. We want to see what else the administration is going to change, because some of these approaches don't, not mine, but other approaches I've heard don't work based on the things that they're proposing. Like if a 1031 goes away, then what? So I know what a 1031 is and I know how to use them. And if you want more information, I'll tell you. Price and Pride, the natural light colored LVP looks decent and cheaper than floor and decor. Yeah, I mean the product. So Price and Pride. So again, they're not paying me to say this. It's not a paid advertisement. They're not advertising on my channel. I liked the vendor. Their customer service was amazing. And more than their customer service being amazing, the product that I got, I loved it. We've installed it. We've used it. We've, again, only 3 months. We did the hammer test. We did the scratch test. In fact, darn it, did I put that knife in my... Nope, but I got a screwdriver. Let's do it live. Nah, nothing. So we did a scratch test. We did the hammer test. Somebody said the tub test. I've never done the tub test before, but I'll probably throw a couple of these samples in the tub to see what it does. That's to actually get the picture that they put on to get that to actually lift up. But that's in sitting water. And how often are you having actual sitting water? Like something gets wet, but how long does it sit? I'm not really sure that's a fair comparison, but yeah, like the product. And I think hopefully you guys like it. Like I said, I don't make any warranty disclaimers about these guys. But what I've gotten for product and customer service so far has been killer. It's been awesome. Matthew Paris at Crimson. I just purchased an ungrounded property. Okay. My electrician installed GFCI breakers and GFCI. Yep. At the beginning of each circuit without a GFCI breaker, not an electrician though. Yeah. So that is one of the options. So instead of just putting a GFCI plug, they also follow that line down to the panel and they'll put in a GFCI breaker as well, which is a GFCI stands for ground fault circuit interrupter. Ta-da. And AFCI stands for arc fault circuit interrupter. And the arc faults are the ones that they're pushing to be on almost every circuit now in a house when you rewire, which are $50 a piece. It's a total joke. I'm trying to actually work with somebody to buy massive bulk of that, or at least give me a contract for massive bulk of that I can then get access for you guys too. Because when you're rewiring a panel, it used to be $200 to $300 in materials, and now it's over $1,000. Now it's like $1,200 or $1,300. It's crazy, and it's all because of those GFCIs. So it's nuts. Mahid, and my second question, I am Googling but couldn't find affordability index for Houston, Texas. An idea what website I should check out. So I don't know your market at all. However, I would look at probably Houston Association of Realtors, har.org. I would try that. I think that's theirs. I'm just guessing, quite frankly. I know it's a .org, and I think, and most of them, the cities like mine's NAR, New Hampshire AR, Association of Realtors. So I'm just going with that same moniker. But I would try there. Largely speaking, those are the places that you'll find that stuff. And then they'll give affordability index for larger cities like that. They'll actually even have it broken down, I think, by county. Mine's broken down by county as well, but my entire state only has like 1.4 million people in it. So I look at the state numbers just to see, kind of generally speaking, like what's happening and where movement's coming. But the other thing that I'll look at is the actual county as well, because I care about the county that I invest in. And I invest only in one county. One county, 3 different towns on the coast. Hopefully that's helpful. John in Texas, I answered that cap rate question. Yeah, if you want more information there, John, happy to discuss that too. Ready on. How do I determine if a market is suitable for single family rentals and it's not just single family owner occupied market? So for me, I base it 100% on the numbers. It's 100% on the numbers. I'm not banking on appreciation. I'm not banking on anything other than the numbers. So I look only at the numbers only. That's it. That's all I'm concerned about. Must have been something I said that offended people, because like 13 people just dropped off. Anyway, yeah, so I would look at specifically, I would look at just what the numbers are, doing your homework, building your spreadsheet, looking at what the market is in those particular spaces. I would certainly look at that. The other thing that I would look at on top of return on capital is I don't know what would make a market unsuitable for single family rentals. The only thing that to me that would make it unsuitable is if the numbers didn't work, or if I knew that it was a C-class neighborhood. I just have to take those things into account. I don't buy in C-class areas. I only buy in A and B areas. So I only buy in an A and a B area, but I will buy A, B, C, or D product. So I'll buy garbage because I have no problem spending $100,000 on a building. We did in fact, we have a project coming up where we are spending, I think the building acquisition is like 600. Yeah, building acquisition is around 600, and we're spending over 200 on the project. So it's just because it's an A location. We're going to make it an A quality product. And so between A location and A quality product, yeah, we're in pretty darn good shape. Give me just 1 second. Let's see. Sorry, contractor working. Sweet Lord. Good progress being made on the job site today, guys. Good progress being made. So suitable for single family. So one of the things, this is a little bit off book, but one of the things that I look at is if it's a high owner occ market. If I find something that's high owner occ, I actually love that. I love high owner occ markets because it's that many fewer renters. It means that many more people want to buy into those markets. And that many more people will be buyers if you go to sell. Or a lot of times a high owner occ market can mean that the schools are amazing. And if that's the case, then it'll rent out to families in 5 seconds and you'll get a premium for that. Because the other option is, so I was doing a study, me personally in my area, of the value or the difference in price of the house versus people having to send their kids to private school. And so what was crazy was in the amazing, amazing markets where you got to send your kids to school for free, the pricing of the house was so expensive, it was cheaper to send your kid to private school. And the private schools around where I am are, one of them just won top in the state for K through 12. I think it was the third year in a row. So for us, when we looked at schooling, or when we look at markets, we'll look at, again, from a single family home, a lot of times we're looking at renting to a family, and that's not exclusive, but that's typically who ends up renting it. And when they do, they're usually concerned about schools. And so that's something else we look at. So there's just a couple of ideas ready on that hopefully will help. And happy to take more questions on that too. Andrew P. Matt, do you have an approach for how much over appraisal you're willing to pay for a seller finance deal? I'm trying to understand if a duplex we talked about would make sense. Do we have an approach? I think it still comes down to return on capital for me. So I think that appraisal is opinion, but they could be high just as easily as they could be low. So what I've done in those types of deals is I've done three appraisers. I've done three appraisers. So I've done three appraisers in that case, because then you just take all three appraisals. And again, a residential appraisal is like $600 to $800. And if you're talking about spending $1 million on a building, what is $1,800? So I would do three appraisals, maybe, or maybe, if that's an option for you. I would do three appraisals, look at what the three are, and then average the three is what I would do. But agree to that beforehand with the seller, number one, and number two, specifically not just doing the three appraisals, but what the math is. Okay, when we get these three appraisals, have it in contract. When we get these three appraisals, the selling price is the average of those three appraisals. That's what I would do for me. The other thing that I would do too is that I think it still comes down to return on capital. Like I said, the other option is just looking what return is on your capital with them seller financing. So let's say it appraised for 1.1, they want 1.2. See what the rate is, if it's a decent enough rate. There's a lot of variables in that. It's really tough to answer that question short order. But I would look at, the rate that they're willing to give you. Are they the whole loan or are they second? Because I'm doing one right now where they're only the second. They're not the primary. What else? Yeah, the three appraisal thing, looking at the deal terms. That's what I would look at. Because if the return on capital is junk, like, why would you do it? Like, I'm not afraid necessarily to overpay for a property. I don't know that there's a number. Like, is it 5% or 3% or 8% or 10%? I think the lower the value of the property, the higher percentage I'm comfortable with. But for me, it just comes down to return on capital. It really does. I would love some of those deals. I mean, I have banks willing to do pretty much any deal I want. With their caveats being hidden, right? With their measurements being hidden. Yeah, that's what I would do. I would base it on A, the three appraisal rule, B, the return on capital that you get, and 3, the deal structure. Because if it's 20 years, right? The only thing you want to be like, there's so many caveats to a seller finance deal. They're easy to do. They're straightforward to do. Obviously, there's amazing guys like, that's in Mike's course. So that's amazing. Pace Morby sub 2 deals. That's different than a seller finance per se. But yeah, I just look at a lot of that stuff. The important thing is you have somebody that's willing to be creative with you. That's worth something. The question is how much, and that's something that only you can kind of qualify or quantify. So that's my answer. Jersey Trucker. Hello, Lumberjack. Hello, sir. Hope the family's doing well. Yes. If you didn't see the update in the very beginning, they're doing very well. Baby Anna is doing amazingly well. She is no pain medication. And that's within 48 hours of chemo. So she's done very well, and she's very chatty, which is awesome. We love it. Very chatty, very smiley. Definitely missed her brother and sister. So Samuel, if you guys go back to the beginning of the video, or when you replay the video, you guys will actually see him in the beginning of the video. He's like, I want to do your live stream. Okay. And then within 60 seconds, he was out, because I knew it's about how long he would want to last. But yeah, lots of fun stuff. So yeah, they're doing very well. Again, we appreciate all the thoughts and prayers. Every single prayer we do appreciate. So are there any other questions? Any other questions or any other video ideas that you guys have? We actually had an awesome video idea come in last week that we did, and we're going to do more. We're going to do more videos based on what subscribers want. So I'm totally cool with that. I'll do a video on pretty much everything. I'm still working on one for lead because it's going to be such a lengthy video and a little bit of PTSD from having gone through that. So still have that lead video to finish. And then there's other ones that we're talking about, but that lead one's good. So yeah. So any other questions? Happy to answer those. Oh, the flooring offer. So for those of you who weren't here last week, didn't watch the live stream, what the hell? Watch the live stream. But the flooring thing that you heard us all talking about earlier that I did not leave all the info for was American Flooring Corporation. Marty, the flooring guy, that's literally what he's known as. He's not just a sales guy there. He's actually at the top of the food chain. So Marty, the flooring guy, he is the lead dude over there. You can literally text him. He's West Coast, but I don't know if he works Sundays, but you can text him. It's 725-212-8610. Again, 725-212-8610. You can tell him that the Lumberjack Landlord sent you because he hasn't told me exactly what he's doing, but he's doing something special for you guys. I know that he's put together a number of these, I think over a dozen of these packages to show people product as well. So please, 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 guys, if you have any projects coming up, I would definitely look into it. I think you guys would be impressed for sure. All right, more questions. Death Angel PR2. Hey, Matt, my wife and I we qualified 320 for a house and bought a duplex last year. Very good. Congratulations. We're basically living for free and getting some cash back. Oh, the hacking unicorn. I love it. Congratulations. Doesn't that mean for the second home we should qualify for the same amount, more or less? Great question. No, it doesn't. Well, more or less? Yes, it does. But so here's how you structure that. Just an idea. This is how I would do it if I were in your shoes. When you talk to a mortgage broker, you let them know exactly what your intention is. I'm going to buy another duplex and I'm going to move into it. He will say, okay, you can show them what if the units are identical, right? Then they can just assume the same level of rent. If it's the same level of finish, they assume the same level of rent for the one that you're living in, also along with the one that you're actually renting out. What I do is I do two things. One is I show them this is what my duplex is. This is what I get for rent right now on the other side. I'm living in the other side right now for free, but that unit will be rented out. If you're on an FHA, I don't know what the rule is on a conventional, but if you are an FHA, you want to refinance out of your FHA, or typically what we would do is you would refinance out of your FHA, use that FHA loan to buy down on the other one. Or the other option is you leave the FHA behind because you only have one FHA or one VA loan. You can actually leave that mortgage behind on that specific house. When you leave that mortgage behind on that specific house, then you would go, then you refi that into a conventional, right? Refi that into a conventional, and they will use, I think it's 80%. I think it's 80% on a conventional. They'll use 80% of the rent that you're collecting on the other side towards the mortgage payment. But you can tell them this other unit would rent. They would, if it's again, same finishes, they would believe it rent for same market. What that should do is pump up your income a ton, because then in the next duplex that you're looking at, you not only get 80% credit for the unit that you aren't moving into, but then you're moving into the other unit. So you actually pick up two additional incomes, one on the new building, one on the old building. So that's a pretty killer deal. That's how I grew so quickly. We met the FHA requirements. We refied after a year in basically all of those properties. And then after we refied in a year, basically on all those properties, we would move into the next one. I think only one time it was less than a year, but every other time it was a year. I moved 9 times in 13 years. Well worth it though. Built my portfolio that way. So yeah, how's that for easy? Somebody said it was easy. I was like, you're nuts. So, hey, Matt, all well wishes for your nearest and dearest, Don May. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Bought a turd. 30K is a lot for a turd, Don. I'm teasing. It actually probably isn't much. Bought a turd, 30K, rural, foundation issue. Okay, weird layout. All right. Needs siding, family living in it, always pay on time, didn't grasp leverage before. Okay. What's my next move here? Gratefully accepting any tips. Okay, so legal disclaimer. I don't know all the ins and outs of your deal, but based on what you presented me, here are some thoughts that I would have. One is understand what all the work is that you're going to have to put into it. Understand the cost of the foundation issue, because likely that's not going to bring you a dime more worth of rent, but it makes the property worth more money. So number one, I would watch and look and see what the foundation issue is. And then two is hire a structural engineer. They're not that expensive. They're a few $100. I mean, comparatively speaking to what you paid for the house, it's crazy expensive. But you can hire a structural engineer who can look at it. And while they're in there doing the foundation work, they might be able to put in some new piers. If they can put in some new piers, then that would give you the ability to reformat the layout and get rid of your funky layout. Because if they re-pier it, then you could potentially go just an extra level. The problem that you're going to have here is cost. Foundation work, my experience, not saying generally speaking, my experience with foundation work is it was, 7 to 12K for foundation work. My experience on changing walls and bearing walls and piering things and such, that wasn't that bad. Like we did what are called LVLs, laminate. They're basically laminate beams. I'll show you guys. I'll show one next week. I'll bring one next week. I'll bring one into my office and I'll show you guys what that looks like or into the studio. But they call them LVLs. These LVLs are basically thin pieces of laminate that they actually glue and compress together to make this extremely strong beam. It's like, I think it's 3X as strong as lumber, maybe 4X. So in a number of buildings, I have re-piered in the basement. I have knocked out walls. I have put in new boxes and then used these LVLs to create openings in buildings where it gave for a much better flow. So I have done that project. So that project, that was one specific house. Foundation work was in that particular one was about $7,000. The LVL beams were about LVL beams were about $1,000. The labor to put them in was about $2,000. Structural engineer was about $500. That's what I did start to finish. Love the wide opening. Came out amazing. I forgot pictures of that place. Pics of LVL project. I'll try and show those pics to a video where I show those pics. That project came out awesome. It completely opened up the entire downstairs, transformed the house. That was a house that I bought for $227. I put $150, I think, into it. $227, $150, $370. Yeah, that sounds right. I was $375 total into it. I lived in it for just over 2 years. So I lived in it just over 2 years, and I think we made 200 on that house, 200 grand on that house. So yeah, that was killer. And it was because it looked nothing like the previous house. Everyone thought that the previous house was a wrong posted picture for that address. Insanity, total insanity, totally crazy. So hold on one quick second. Contractor working. Sorry, guys. 1 second. So yeah, so Don, let me know what your thoughts are on that. But like I said, it's expensive, a $30,000 house. See, I don't know if I know you might have bought a turd that unknowingly had a bunch of issues. I bought some real turds before too. I bought one that was $40,000, that had major issues, and I killed on that house. I made such a massive profit on that house because it was so bad. It was an ex-drug house. So we had to pay to clean it out, hazmat, the whole 9 yards, did that. That was a few $1,000, had a foundation issue, fixed that foundation issue. Heating system had to be replaced. There were a bunch of things that we had to replace there. So yeah, it was crazy. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, Don, please, more questions. Happy to help with that sort of stuff. Give me just one quick second, guys. I'll be back in just a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Let's have a lot more questions in there so I can actually answer those. I'll be back in just a second. She's okay, baby. Oh yeah, that seat. I want you to sit right here so you can say hi to everybody. This is Bryn. Say hi. Say hi. I know you're just looking at yourself, but say hi. That is all the people that like real estate. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Say hi. You wanted to come into Daddy's office? This is what I'm doing.
I sit right there.
No, you can't sit right there. You're going to go play with your brother. But I just wanted to say, I wanted to make sure you got the chance to say hi. And then Daddy's going to come out and then we'll have lunch in a little bit. How about that? Sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have a good bath?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. I'll let you go say hi to Mama and say hi to Sammy. And go say hi to Babyana. You watch Babyana for Daddy? Come on. Okay, yeah. All right. Here. I'll just bring you out here. Sit up here. Mama. Okay. All right. He's getting back to work. Love you. Sure, buddy. All right. So that's my daughter. That's my daughter, Bryn. Bye, Sammy. That's my daughter, Bryn. So, yes. So, Samuel, you saw at the very beginning of the video. That's Bryn and Babyana we'll do a video with later tonight. I love my kids. They're a lot of fun. I'm an old dad, in case you were wondering. I'm 44. I know I don't look it. Sorry, inside joke. Yeah, but I'm 44. I've got 3 kids, 3 and under. My wife is amazing. Mrs. Lumberjack. I'm trying to get her to do one of these because I know Olivia won't do one with Mike. So I'm just trying to get Ashley to come do one. So my wife is Ashley. So yeah, love my kids, love my family. They're amazing. All right. So back to real estate. So, so thank you very much. Mary Sitten Real Estate Team, Western North Carolina. Very cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, very blessed. JOK85. And Sarn, yes. She said, yeah, she was saying hi. Thanks for saying hi back. She can't read yet. She's 2. But she's working on it. She's actually really kind of funny. Let's see. All right. So, yes, very blessed, very thankful. So, yeah, on all the construction projects, just going to give you guys a scope of what I've done construction-wise. So the only thing that I've not done is pour a fresh foundation. That's the only thing that I've not done. I've not done a brand new build from a foundation up. I've reframed houses, done additions. We pretty much what we do in every single one of them is we do floor plan. We change out floor plans. We'll repier. We'll do LVLs. We will do siding. We will do windows. We will do PVC trim outside. We will do certainly roofs. In fact, I have literally 3 roofs being done this week. Talk about the last thing that I want to spend money on. Freaking hell. And so, yeah, kind of crazy. But yeah, there's an inside we do all the time. So the stuff that we do the most, I would say, is probably mostly we get to studs. Mostly we get to studs because we want to give a good quality renting product. So we'll actually do high quality insulation, all new wiring, especially around here. I've literally found knob and tube. I'm not sure if you guys know what that is, but knob and tube is kind of crazy. So yeah, we rewire, and you yank out knob and tube because you can't get insurance with it. Knob and tube is an old type of wiring. We've seen the cloth stuff. We like to rip that stuff out too. BX, which is wire with metal wrapped around it. We're not too concerned about ripping that out. It's good quality product still usually. So long as we don't see a bunch of splices all over the place and stuff that makes it a bad wiring job. And then after that is Romex, and Romex is, anywhere from now to 30 years old, or 40, actually 40 or 50. It's around that range. So yeah, so we'll wire, then we'll do all new wiring, then we'll do all new insulation. Then we will re-sheetrock it. And then we will mud it, tape it, and then we'll do all brand new trim packages all around the entire house, doors, windows, the whole nine. We like to get rid of any of those older things that can have hazards in them. So yeah, we get rid of a lot of that stuff. Death Angel PR2, what are the top 5-10 things that could increase the value of a house? They have a lot of those lists out there, but I will give you my opinion. Kitchens and baths. I would say kitchens first, bath first. The biggest thing for me is when you look at a house, yes, there has to be curb appeal, but there has to be not this big long list or project list that you're going to have to do to make that house mean anything, right? That makes no sense because, if it needs like a paint job on the outside, so I'll buy a house that needs a paint job on the outside, but if it's $7,000 to $10,000 to paint the outside, I'm not going to ask for a $7,000 to $10,000 credit. I'm going to ask for some more money on top of that because it's a pain in the ass problem, right? And it's getting the contractors there, and then it's aligning everything, and then it's lining everything up, and then it's all the time that I have to put in. My time is valuable. So I'll do a lot of that stuff, across the board. So I think 5 to 10, I would say, inside the house, it's kitchens, baths, flooring, windows, I think windows before flooring, and then heating systems. Those are kind of the top 5 for me. Because when you're going to get your house sold and you're getting it inspected, they're going to look and see how old your system is. And if it's a really old furnace, that's going to, inspectors, I don't say they suck. They're largely thorough. Some of them go off the handle and are like, it's 20 years old, it's going to die tomorrow. So not true. Like I have one pipe steam systems, some that literally have lasted 50 years, 60 years. I have ones that were actually installed in the 60s and they still run like absolute tops. So I have no complaints about those. Will McLean Golds, or Will McLean at the time, just they're great systems. And so long as they were taken care of, they run just fine. So then outside the house, I would say it's roof, siding. Up here in New England, they still have a lot of houses that have asbestos siding on them. What you really have to be careful of is if you invest in a historic or a heritage neighborhood. Historic or heritage neighborhoods actually have different rules. Heritage is usually a little bit lighter handed than a historic, but if you're a heritage environment, you can sometimes they'll just call your city. They'll tell you, yes, that's in the historic district. I actually just did a deal that I actually had the city send me a letter confirming I wasn't in a heritage district and I wasn't in a heritage and I wasn't in a historic, because I had to have that in black and white in writing before I was going to buy that property, because if it was, it drastically limited what I could do to the outside of the building, colors, everything else. So that would have created a real problem. Let's see. So yeah, roof, zoning, foundation, I think is outside. So if you're like, in New England, there's a lot of granite block foundations that then lead into brick. I would just check that. It's usually not a massive expense, but it's not like one layer of brick. It's usually like three layers of brick to give it rigidity. And then, but yeah, a lot of those foundations can be 200 years old. In fact, I bought a house last year that was built in 1841, and they actually paid to have the entire inside of the house, a new foundation wall put in. I mean, and so I was like, this is awesome. I'm never going to have to replace this or touch this ever. So yeah, really good. But yeah, so outside I would say roof, I would say siding, I would say foundation, decks, because decks can be just super, super expensive. But yeah, return on capital on those, that's the problem, is that return on investment on a roof, it's not very good unless your roof is literally falling apart and you're going to get hit for it. Same thing with foundation. It's not a very, I mean, it's a good return because a lot of times those repairs are less than $1,000, and it means you're not having to address it when you're actually selling the place. So it's a whole lot better in that regard. What's the cost for new siding in your area? Great question. Ironically enough, I have an answer for that because I just got pricing on a house. That pricing is give me just 1 second here. So this is a 2-story. I don't know how big it is, so I'll have to get you how big it is. But the pricing that I got was around 20 grand. And that was for stripping it down to the original sheet, then putting in a layer of insulation. And that layer of insulation, guys, is important because when the sun beats down on that, or in the wintertime, that's actually what can bring you a wrinkle in your vinyl siding. So a lot of times for us, so that's where the sun pouring down on that, is very, very important. Is if the sun's pouring down on that, you'll actually see you start to get waves, and that has nothing to do with the structure. It's literally your vinyl siding getting too hot and melting, and starting to contour. So you can actually eliminate that just by, they put that sheet insulation behind it, and then they nail into that sheet. So that's the way I have my guys do it. So my guys do a really good job. They're a really good siding company. They're awesome guys. And they're awesome because they're good to me and they do the job right, for a fair price. But yeah, that's 20,800 or 21,000. So I'll actually get the measurements on that building. That's a 2-story building with a eave in the front, eave in the back. And then it's basically plastic all the windows around as well. So it'll be a pretty high quality job for sure. Pretty high quality job for sure. So yes, it's about $20,000. Have you considered smart siding and the cost difference? Just curious. Smart siding. I want to make sure we're not calling it something different. So what do you call smart siding? A good question. Are you talking like hardy plank? Are you talking? Just waiting for the answer to that, and I'll answer it. Yeah, composite. Yeah, hardy. Yep. Yep. Oh, so it's not actually hardy. It's something like it. I haven't used it yet. Yeah, similar to hardy. Yeah. So hardy is awesome. Hardy is awesome, but massively expensive to install. Massive. Price of hardy compared to vinyl is between 2 and 3x for material and install. And because what people don't forget is, oh, you're still installing the product. Totally different because it takes special saw blades, special saws. Those blades wear out a ton. You have to pre-drill everything. Everything takes a lot more time. What I saw with the hardy backer installation, the couple that I've done, it was significantly bad. The smart side stuff is kind of like a newer take on that. And so the only thing for me is that when something that's exterior like that, especially with the cost that goes with it. I'm waiting. I'm kind of on the sidelines waiting to see how good it is, waiting to see, kind of what comes of it. I use the higher end vinyl siding. The higher end vinyl siding I've found, I love it. There is a, who is that company? I gotta get the vinyl siding name. So I'll get the vinyl siding name, but there's one that I picked because I actually went to a bunch of different contractors places and I actually touched it, bent it, felt it, long way, sideways, twisting. Yeah. So I actually played with the stuff. And then I found this one that was just like thicker, stronger. It's a little bit more expensive, but love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Haven't had any issues with breaks or snaps or anything. And we've picked the same color for 6 years now. And I think we've done at least 10 houses in it. At least 10. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 projects coming up with that same product this winter. Winterish, before the real bad stuff hits. That stuff gets brittle in the cold. So, but that's the plan. Let's see. Just 1 second. Follow up. Again, if you're wondering what I'm doing on my phone, I'm not trying to be rude. I just have contractors working today. So if they're working today, I need to make sure I'm available to answer questions that they have. I appreciate them making their times available, but they also get paid for it. It's a side hustle. So, all right. Is radon an issue in your area? Yes. So, and I'm not doing this to make fun of you. I just want to put it in perspective. We live in the granite state, and radon is about gas escaping rock. We live in the granite state. It's an issue everywhere in our state. In our state, it's an issue everywhere. We don't test upon purchase. The main reason that we don't is because we'll test afterwards. We don't usually test as part of the purchase because, quite frankly, the credit that you get is so minimal. So a lot of times a test is, if an inspector does it, it can be a couple $100. For us to mitigate for radon is, yeah, got it. We build our houses to be airtight. Yeah. Sure. Yep. Yeah. So, radon is a huge problem, obviously, if you have an airtight house, because it's coming up through the foundation in most cases. And then all you're doing is keeping that poisonous gas inside your house. So yeah, great question. We test. So yes, a lot of times, usually what we do is we'll just mitigate and put a radon tube in. One of the interesting things that we do, though, that a lot of people don't think of is we don't test for radon in the water unless you have a well. Yep. If you have a well, if you have a well, you want to have your well tested for radon, because that is a more expensive solution. So to get radon gas mitigated in a given house, where they port a hole in your foundation, so that's where all the gas goes, and then they basically filter it up and then push it out the wall, and then get it up the side of the house so they can filter it up in the air. So that whole entire cost to do that is like $1,000. Why would I spend? So I wouldn't spend $300 or $400 on a test, or a few $100 on a test, when I can spend $1,000 and just know the problem's taken care of, even if it has one. And yes, it's like, yeah, you can save the extra few $100, but when you go to sell, I a lot of times like to do a pre-inspection of the house and then make that available to buyers. That's helped a lot in the past. That's something you'll see in one of my strategies coming up. And so what's cool about that is that then they mark in their air radon system already installed. It's just worth it for when I own it, for when I sell it. peace of mind. I'm all for it. On the water side, if you're doing and you're buying a house on a well, I would test the water. I would make sure that you get a sample of the water. It has to be pre-filters. Pre-filters. A lot of people were like, yeah, I'll fill it up from the sink. And I was like, no, you won't. You have to fill it up at as close to the source as possible. Close to the source before it goes through all the purification in the house. I want to know what's going in that's being purified. And that's the place that you find that. So I had bought a house where I think it was like 10,000 parts per million. I don't remember the exact number, so don't quote me. It's like 10,000 parts per million. But that 10,000 parts per million, we actually got that. So we put in a water bubbler thing which is a massive, massive contraption. That was $5,000. That was $5,000. So water radon, far more expensive to mitigate than air radon. So yeah, so if you're on a well, or if you're looking to buy a well, I would definitely water test. Cause I think that water test was like $225. And we got the results back and they said, yeah, you're safe everywhere. But the other thing too, is if you're buying a foreclosure, test the water and not test it because the bank's not going to care. They're not looking for that test. It's as is. You do it. You spend a few $100, and then because we actually bought a house that was in foreclosure, the well hadn't run in 2 years, so it had a bunch of stuff in it, bunch of bad stuff in it. We did 2 chemical treats, got everything running again, went through the whole process, and guess what? Water came out perfect, and honestly, best tasting water in any house I've ever lived in, ever owned, and it was freezing cold because the well was 500 feet deep. Awesome experience. Awesome. All right, Mary says, wow, they charge $1,600 to $2,500 here in North Carolina around Asheville. Okay. Our levels range between below 4 and the highest I've seen is 30. Is your flag number 10? I think that's national, but I'm not positive. I'm not a broker or real estate agent. I think the national, I think the level has to be below 10. But let me know. But yeah, so probably the reason you're $1,600 to $2,500 is because here in the Granite State, guess what? Goes and does it. So there's like 15 companies around here that do these radon things. So there's a ton of them. Below 4 on the contracts. Okay. Yep. It ranges. But yeah, we don't usually do them. We just put in the mitigation system when we buy the house because they're cheap. A little over $1,000 to mitigate a cancer-causing agent. Yeah, it's fine. The house that I live in now, that has it, but we also actually have a bubbler. So they spent $5,000 to do that. Mary, you're very welcome. Mary, you had great questions. I'm happy to answer more. We'll go to at least 1:30. So if there's more questions, I'm happy to answer them. So for those of you who didn't hear that we got a great deal on flooring, American Flooring Corporation, Marty the floor guy, 725-212-8610. If you're doing rehabs, you're doing a remodel, this is the flooring product. This is one of the flooring products that they have. They have amazing colors. I think they've got like 16 or 18 colors in stock. But when you call Marty, just tell him the Lumberjack Landlord sent you because he's worked out something special for us, for folks that actually want to buy flooring from him. And they are amazing. The reason that their pricing is about $1 to $1.50 cheaper than everybody else is because they do not have any retail locations at all. 0. None. No retail locations whatsoever. They have 4 warehouses across the country. The 4 warehouses that they have across the country, they basically get this stuff. It's manufactured per their order from overseas. They actually get it by container ship. They get the containers, then they bring them into the warehouse, and then they distribute them to their different warehouses in the different locations. I think it's Vegas, Texas, Florida, Jersey, I think. Vegas, Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania, maybe. Or Atlanta. I don't know. One of those southern states down the right-hand side of our state, our country. But yeah, I've had zero issues with the product. I've had 0 issues. Their customer service has been amazing. And full disclosure, the first shipment that I got, 10 boxes were smashed. I was like, oh my word, I literally am gonna have to file an insurance claim, and that sucks because it's so time consuming. What was awesome was I literally took the pictures of it, sent it to Marty. Marty said, hey, I'm gonna send you over to customer service, but let me make them aware, give them a call. He made them aware. I called them literally 10 minutes later. They'd already gotten an email from Marty saying that there was a problem. All they asked for was proof, pictures. I sent them those pictures and they got me those 10 boxes out in the next like few days. Awesome customer service. And I've dealt with plenty of companies that suck. Or ones that I place an order for 1,300 feet. I go to pick up the 1,300 feet and it's not 1,300 feet, it's 1,100 feet, which leaves me 200 feet short of a job. And they're like, yeah, we can get those to you. And sometimes it's a week or two later. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Leave the house open for 2 weeks? What the hell? Like, that's ridiculous. Can't do that. All right. So we'll go for 9 more minutes. Any other questions? Final call for questions or topics. Anything else you guys want me to cover topic wise? Happy to cover topics. If you're just joining and you want to be a landlord or are a landlord, I will answer any question. All right, almost any question, but basically any question. Happy to answer anything you guys have. So this was good. Lots of fun. Thanks for what I do. You're welcome, Rob. Appreciate it. Yeah. We love differing viewpoints and views. That's how we learn. We still learn. I won't say we learn every day, but we learn every week. We learn something new that we do or change process. We just want to be the best and efficient we can be. And that a lot of times comes from hearing what other people are doing. I grew a portfolio of 0 to 70-ish units. It took 20 years. But I can tell you that each year we do it, it accelerates faster. It accelerates faster. We sold 3 this year. We've bought 6 or 7. 6. I think we bought 6, but we're closing on 3 more. I think we'll buy 10 this year, in all honesty. So I think we'll buy 10 and we will have sold 3. And the 3 that we sold were very strategic. They were single family homes that our affordability index, you guys will hear me talk about that every once in a while. Our affordability index on a scale of where 100 is a horrible market and 200 horrible to buy, and 200 is a horrible market to sell. Our market was 101, so it was horrible market to buy in. Horrible. Yeah, horrible. So I'll sell anything at the top of the market. And there was still room. All of those people still saw appreciation. This year, they actually all still saw appreciation, so I'm very happy for them. For us, it freed up cash to allow us to do some other deals, and that's what we love. What's my criteria for selling one? Definitely, my criteria for selling a property is the affordability. So there's sayings like, don't fight the Fed, and don't fight the market, and yeah, I don't fight those markets, and so. When we see the opportunity so I'll give you an example. So I bought one property for $115,000. It was in horrible shape, but I bought it for $115,000. I put $65,000 into it. So I think I was $180,000 into it, and we sold for $305,000. And that was after I rented it out for 2 years and made $15,000, I think. $15,000 in 2 years renting it out. But for me, I wanted to get that capital out, and I funded a lot of the work myself. So I hadn't refied the house. Because if I had refied it, it wouldn't have cash flowed with the taxes that were on it. When if I had refied it and pulled my money out, it wouldn't have cash flowed. So for me, instead of refining it to a point where it barely cash flowed, I just said, you know what? Our market's at a 101, which is extremely unaffordable. You can only go basically up from there because the only way down is 0. And so we've already started bouncing back up, which is 1. Now it's 104. I'm waiting for this month's numbers, which might be like 107 or 108, which means we're starting to get more affordable, which means prices are moderating. So for us, it was, what can I do with that capital? And so when we sold for 305, I 1031 that money, which is an exchange that the government allows you to do. I 1031 that money, and that cleared up. I think I owed 112 or 110 on it. So after fees and all that other stuff, realtors, brokers fees, blah, 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 I think we walked with like 180. That 180 bought us what did that 180 buy us? 2 duplexes. So we turned one single family home, profit from 2 years of renting and owning it, and took that and bought, I think, 4 or 3 duplexes and a try. I'll have to look. But it was like 3 or 4 buildings. The key thing is on that building, the best that I was going to be able to do was maybe make $800 to $1,000 a month. I make $4,000 a month on the replacement products on the 2 duplexes. Yeah, no, I didn't buy. It wasn't 4. It was 4 units. It was two duplexes. So yeah, so I turned that into income of $4,000. So yes, the market had to go up, but the market is what the market is. I bought it, sold it, redid the work, sold it, and then when we sold it, turned into a massive profit, untaxed because it's a 1031 exchange. Moved those items into the into 2 more duplexes that now the combination of those 2 duplexes now make $4,000 a month. So I went from $1,000 a month of profit to $4,000 a month of profit just with one transaction. So it was good. I think it's actually higher than $4,000 now that I think about it too, because I was just thinking about the other property. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. That's why we sold those 3. So to answer your question for criteria is it's affordability and what can I turn that money into? Because I'm not just sticking to the bank account. I'm not going to pay taxes on it. Legally, not pay taxes on it. I'm going to do 1031. I think you cash refinanced. Are you holding cash right now? So I did cash refinance. I cashed out on 8 properties. 8. And yes, I'm holding cash right now. More cash than I've ever held. Mm-hmm. Great question. Yep. Yes, I'm holding more cash than I've ever held right now, but I'm not holding that cash to not do something. Or because I'm scared. I'm actually holding that cash, actively looking for deals. Hoping the market slows down. Yeah, I hope so, but it's not gonna. Prices will normalize a little bit, but in my area, inventory is still so unbelievably tight. We have a 5.5 week supply of housing. 5.5 weeks. That's it. That's nothing. 6 is a healthy market. 3 is a tight market. What's 5 weeks? 5 weeks is nothing. And the problem is that for the assets I buy, doubles, tries, and quads, no inventory. I went and I looked at one last week. Yeah, same there. Yep. I went and I looked at one last week. They had 20 people on the first day, and those were pre-qualified. 20 pre-qualified first day coming and making an offer. It's nuts. We actually like that deal too. We like that deal. We might try and put that deal together. I'm still working on off-market deals though, largely trying to get off-market deals done. I talked to one landlord, and I call him a landlord. He's really not. Business owner, because he owns like 2,000 units. 2,000 units. Massive organization. He had 2 people not pay rent. 2. So, yeah, we didn't have a lot of the same troubles the rest of the other country had, or large multi-unit stuff. Yeah, Seattle has 3 weeks. Yeah, that's gonna. So if you're in the Seattle market, and I don't mean to speak poorly of a market, but that market's going to be tough. That market's going to be, and I think it's going to be bad. I think it's going to take a really sharp turn. That's one of the ones I think will correct. Boise, I think will correct. I think Seattle will correct, and I think Seattle will correct because of policy. policy, because there's a lot of landlords right now that are just stuck. Try San Diego. Yeah, no thanks, Rob. What's the average price in San Diego? Like 800 grand, 900 grand. I don't do rentals like that. I don't have the stomach for it. My sweet spot is kind of buying between 100 and 300, between 100 and 400, and then turning it into something. Yeah, 800s. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, man, that's nuts. That's nuts. I don't have the guts for it. Better you than me. Looked at a duplex at 950. And I get that it's market, but you can only charge so much at the same time too. So even if you're getting like the biggest difference for you guys is going to be like a 40-year mortgage. That's going to be the big difference for guys in your position. But 950 for a dupe. Like we can get a dupe around. So you can do a duplex. So there's actually a duplex in two towns south of me. 2 towns south of me. There's a duplex on the market for $995. So we have that market around us. I don't play there. I don't play there. Nope. Too expensive. Too expensive for me. There are hardly any multifamilies for sale, like less than 10 in the county. Yeah, exactly. And I think that with people house hacking, I think a lot more of those are going to become owner occupied. And when they become owner occupied, that will drastically increase the rents on the other side that they're going to get, but it's massively going to increase the value of that property. 2 through 4s, I think, are going to be off the hook. That was in a B- area too. Damn. Like, so the one that was $995 where I am is I'd say it's probably an A-. It's a really nice area, but it's not the nicest of the nice area. It's like the next step down from the nice area. Whew, yeah. But yeah, inventory where I am is ridiculous. A is 1.3. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. What are your rents? What are rents, Rob, on a $1.3 million home? I bet they're pukey, which means yucky. I bet they're pukey. But yeah, 1.3. Yeah, no, not my bag, man. Not my bag. Nope. Yeah, we do. So I just bought a duplex, 287.5, 3.3, 3-bed, 1 bath on each side. 287.5 done. It's probably worth 4.25. I'm rehabbing the units. My budget is about 30, and I'll rehab both units. And my rents will be $2,100 a month plus $2,100, not including heating and hot water. $7,000. Shit. Is that $7,000 a side? Or $7,000 for the whole building? If that's $7,000 a side, I might start doing stuff from San Diego. If that's $7,000 for the whole building, you'll never see me. Oh, screw that. $7,000 total. Yeah. Oh, better you than me, Rob. Yeah, because that's skinny margin any way you look at it. So give you guys an idea. So I have a 4-unit that I bought. It was a foreclosure. I bought it 3 years ago. I paid $180 for it. It was a 4-unit. Paid $180. I put $270 in that building, so I was $450 into it. And that was a quad side by side, so a lot like a duplex, but just double. But yeah, the thing was dilapidated, drug house, decent neighborhood, decent location. It was just one that had fallen in disrepair. Then just got bad tenants because it had fallen in disrepair, and then those bad tenants led to being drug users. So what was really cool though is that, like I said, so I was like $450 into it, and that building appraised for $1 million in the last couple months. $1 million. Yeah. Bought my house for $340 10 years ago, now $850. Yeah. Like, holy crap. So when people talk about swings and crashes, that's why they talk about California, is because, like, look at Stockton, California, right? Or look at Fresno, like Mike, right? So he bought one at a little over 100, sold it at 265, and then was able to buy it back at 75. We don't have those swings here in New Hampshire. They're not that crazy. I wish they were, because then you could better kind of time the market, but timing the market is far more difficult than time in the market. I like time in the market. So I'll buy a deal not based on speculation, but based on the cash flow it has right now today. If it has the cash flow that I need it to today to not upset the apple cart, when you guys get to be bigger landlords, if you aren't already, one of the things that you will start to do is once you get over 10 deals, now you're talking commercial paper. When you look at commercial paper, that bank is going to want to make you fill out something called a PFS, personal financial statement. That is all your dollars, all your stocks, all your bonds, all your holdings, all your everything when you actually have to fill out that PFS. They then come up with a global number for you. And that global number is a number that they say, we want to make sure that you have, 1.2x what you have in liabilities in assets. And they won't base it a lot on the housing that you have because the housing market can make you go pukey. So they'll base it on your cash. They'll base it on your other hard assets that you have, things like that. What's crazy about that is that, again, for me, because I have to fill out that report, I'm very cognizant of the deals that I do. And I talk to my bank about a deal that I'm doing, because if they say, yeah, we'll give you this, but then they'll look at me kind of like with a slant eye on like the next deal that I bring them and kind of like, we don't love it. Like I literally say to me, tell me if this is going to stop my next deal. That's my question. Tell me if this is going to stop my next deal, because that's what I care the most about. You guys probably all hate Tom Brady. I get it. But he always says his favorite championship is his next one. Same thing for a house for me. My favorite deal is my next one. And so I'm always having to make sure that I have access to capital for my next deal. Thank you, Mary. Mary says so good. I'm not sure which part was so good, but that was all pretty good. So I'll talk about banking relationships with you guys really anytime you want. So I started off with, like much of you, I started off with Wells Fargo and to the Chargers home with Smith. That's a good comment, Rob. I'll read it in a second. I started off with Countrywide. I started off with GMAC. I think if you do a deal with me, you get put out of business. It's seemingly the trend. But yeah, I did a deal with GMAC. I did a deal with Countrywide. GMAC turned into a bunch of different stuff. A bunch of different companies. But yeah, I started off with big banks, same as you guys, big banks. So when I was a smaller investor, it was Countrywide, Bank of America. It was Wells Fargo. Oh, I don't know how people deal with Wells Fargo. That was a horrible experience. I hated it. Dealt with Rocket Mortgage. That was an awesome experience. Holy cow. Those guys are great to work with. Great. Everything is so automated. Everything is online. Everything is upload or digital signature now. They are awesome, awesome, awesome. I loved my experience with them. Sadly, I can't do any loans of that size anymore, so that kind of sucks. And then I went to small and local banks. So banks that have a charter of being a bank in the community, for the community, of the community. Be looking at their masthead. Be looking at what they're looking for out of what they're trying to grow for their market. What you'll largely find is these organizations have a charter to be in the community, for the community, of the community, right? So if you have that charter, your whole job is lending to people in that market. And so I found that working with those small banks actually has been a huge, huge, huge help. My first small bank I did 2 deals with, and then they shut me off. My next small bank, I did 4 deals with, and then they shut me off. And they were like, well, you can go to more, but you're going to have to go pure commercial at this point. And I was like, no, nope. And then I went to my next bank because everybody else had basically shut me off. They'd said, you're now to the point where you have to do commercial deals. Ooh. Which is the reason that you don't like commercial deals. The reason I don't like commercial deals, appraisals are about 5 times the price, number one. Number 2, the debt structure is very different. It's not fixed forever. It's not fixed. It's a 3, 5, or 7 year period, sometimes 10, but then you're paying a massive amount for that rate. So it's 3, 5, or 7 year debt, sometimes 10. Then it automatically resets. The problem that I believe that we're going to have in this market now today is there are a bunch of organizations that have that debt. The problem they're going to have is that when their rate resets in the next year, I can tell you back in 08, 09, when residential debt was, or residential mortgages were 6%, 6.14, I think was the national average. Commercial was 8. You know what commercial is now? Depending on the bank that you're with, 3.75. 3.75, it's half. Well, that's great that it's half now. That's half on a 5 year. What happens in 5 years when that expires and I need to refinance that debt and it's 9 or 8? It's going to be expensive and painful. What happens if we're in a position where we can't refinance that debt? That's a bigger issue. So I actually have my master spreadsheet, which I will not share, but that master spreadsheet shows when we closed the loan, if we refinanced, and if we didn't, when does that term actually expire? That way I'm always looking at when that term expires, and I look at that spreadsheet at least once or twice a week. So when I see something getting within that 6-month span of needing to be refinanced, guess what I do? I pick up the phone or I send a message to my commercial lender saying, hey, let's look at this deal. Let's try and figure out a debt restructure because I don't want it to reset. Then I start all over at basically at zero again. It's worth it because it's all about the payment. It's all about the payment. Because those buildings are bigger. I wouldn't want to take $1 million in capital to shut off a loan, or to even start another one at maybe $500,000 and soak up $500,000 in a deal that already exists. Because then what happens, right? Walk through the scenario. Now I've paid down, let's say it's $1 million mortgage. I've paid down $500,000 of the debt so I can get somebody else to give me a loan. Now I've got a mortgage of $500,000. What am I going to do? Pay taxes on all that profit? Bad idea. Pay taxes, yes, of course, legally, but I'd rather be in a position where I've got as much capital out of that deal as possible, not making bad margin, making good margin, but not making crazy good margin. And then we can also do capital improvements in the property that over the course of a 5-year period, we've basically at that point done roof, done heating systems, done windows, done kitchens. And then at the end of that few years, my building is now completely done, all remodeled over the course of time. I have a bunch of passive losses. Again, don't take my tax advice because I'm not a tax guy at all. I just take that information, I give it to my account, but that's some of the things I've seen them do. That's the video to do. Which one, Rob? About you boycotting the Chargers until they come home without Spanos? Just kidding. That's what Rob said. He said he's boycotting the NFL until the Chargers come home without Spanos. Dude, and they're going to be an awesome team. Like Herbert is the man. He is a stud. Run the building. Run the building. Run the building. Run the building. More detail, Rob. So we'll go through that building, and what we'll do is so I'll buy flooring, for example. I'll buy a bunch of stock. I'll have 5,000 square feet, numbers over life cycle. Yeah, we could do that. I did that one in that other spreadsheet that I shared. I have to get different software to share stuff when actually live streaming. But yeah, I will do that. But we did that one. If you guys look at that spreadsheet that I did, which shows $195,000, which was, and then even the one that was 186, it shows the 10-year maturation of a house that I owned. I did 2 of them actually for you guys. If you look at those numbers, they are ridiculous. They are ridiculous. I could have, so let's see, 10 years ago. If I just took the 4 deals that I did 10 years ago, they were done in basically 2010 and 2011. If I just had done those deals, I'd have about $700,000 in cash. I would have, and then monthly income of after expenses, 6,000. Those are pretty awesome numbers. Angel R, with car prices so high these days, would interest rates so low, are we better off financing a cheap car? I think it's based on your own math. So I buy my cars outright. It keeps me honest, so I don't buy something crazy. I will have a payment eventually on a car, but it's because I will own a house. You will see a video from me that says this house pays for my Lamborghini. You will see a video like that from me in hopefully the next 12 months, where I'm going to either buy a house, remodel it, and my profit monthly on that house pays my Lamborghini payment. That's my goal. That's my goal for 2022. My goal for 2021 was the $1 Million Challenge, which I haven't finished recording yet. Look at those videos, number 1 and number 2. Look at those videos. Those are awesome. Those are awesome videos. It's a lot of fun. I can't wait to do the third one. But yeah, the $1 Million Challenge was buy a property for $250,000, and it could need work. That was fine. You didn't have to rebuild the house, but it could need work. But I buy one for $250K, and then turn that $250K, that one property that you bought, whether you sell it, refinance it, and then purchase more, you had to turn that $250K that you bought that house for into $1 million worth of real estate. So even if it was just doing, $50,000 worth of work in the house to get that to be worth $1 million, or if it was, doing the $50,000 worth of work and then selling it and then taking that profit and rolling that into other properties, I didn't put any rules around how you got to it. It was a challenge I came up with. I kind of want to see if I could do it. And then I was kind of like, I wanted to see if I could do it, number 1. Number 2 is I thought it would be just something cool to follow. And then number 3 was if I could do it, yes, it would be fun to follow. And it would then give you guys a path to kind of what I look for and how I found that stuff. And that is, yeah. So it's pretty cool. So Angel, back to your question on used cars. I buy my stuff for cash. I'll even buy like a salvage vehicle, like a salvage title vehicle. So I bought my Escalade, salvage title, put some work into it because I'm not afraid of that stuff. And I think $8,000 or $9,000 I have into a 2011 Escalade. I drive it. I love it. It's fine. It does the trick. So yeah, I've had a lot of nice cars. I always have one amazing car, but I before COVID, just after COVID in the springtime, I sold my last amazing car. Yeah. Good times. I miss it. So to answer your question, I buy mine outright. Yes, cash is super, super cheap. Yes, money is super cheap. The only thing you have to worry about, I think, is debt to income. If you need if you need a really strong debt to income, one of the things that if the economy crashes or corrects or whatever ends up happening like that, I can tell you that an 800 credit score as an investor, I couldn't get a loan in 8 and 9. It was really hard. Well, and I couldn't. I did, but it was really hard. Really, really, really hard. It took 97 days, I think, or 98 days to get an approval from Wells Fargo on an owner-occupied duplex. That was just crazy nuts. But I did it. But yeah, debt to income becomes very important. I like to own older vehicles that are less expensive to fix. Escalade's not a great choice, but there's plenty of them where you can get parts for them. It's a GM product. For the longest amount of time in the 90s and the early 2000s, I would buy Pontiac Grand Prix, Pontiac Bonnevilles, because they had a 3.8 liter motor. I'm totally geeking out on you guys, but it had a 3.8 liter motor that nothing ever went wrong with. So I drove those cars. I was driving 50, 60,000 miles a year. I put a lot of mileage on those cars for years and years. They were good enough in the snow, but I put 50, 60,000 miles a year on those cars for years while I was commuting. I commuted for 8 years. I commuted between 50 and 60,000 miles a year. And I would drive those cars. They were big enough to put people in the 4-seaters. They were big enough to put people in the back seat. They were comfortable, but super, super, super cheap to fix. I think the most expensive part on there was like $400. Including the labor, super cheap to fix. So I just love those cars. That's what we drove for the longest time. Hopefully that answers the question. Rob Comstock, Matt's Lambo. Yeah, it's going to be a video. Matt's. This house is paying for Matt's Lambo. Yeah, I'll have to be very careful the tenant that I put it in that house. Georgie, can't wait for that video. Yeah, me too. Me too. It means I have a Lambo. Yes. Rob Comstock. So cash flow has to equal the payment. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. It has to be like a zero financial footprint, right? So yeah, I got to buy something. I can buy a duplex. And it's not about fudging the numbers either. So I'm not going to put like 50% down on a duplex just so it makes enough money so I can pay for the Lambo. It still has to be like a legit deal, like 20 to 30% down, whatever the bank requires, creating enough capital from the payment that it actually covers my Lambo payment on a monthly basis. That's the 2022. That's the 2022 deal. That's what we're going to do in 2022 for a little fun program. So yeah, cash flow equal to payment. Angel R, I've been spending thousands on my Acura TL. Very bad car to buy. Acuras are expensive, my man. Yeah, sorry. Acuras, Nissans, Toyotas. I mean, a lot of the overseas stuff, especially like I did German cars for a long time, Mercedes, BMWs. I did all those. I had a catalytic converter go on my 7 Series BMW. It was $2,200. And I was like, how much of that's labor? They're like, an hour. I'm like, what? So it was like the part was over $2,000. Yeah, it was insane. So I've done that. Like I said, for the longest time when we almost went broke 3 times, almost bankruptcy 3 times. And it wasn't from bad decision making. It was truly because that's when the economy crashed. That's when all the housing stuff crashed and all of my tenants just stopped paying rent. But yeah, something to watch. You know, I love cars. All right, for those of you who like cars, we'll do a quick geek out session. So I've had 69 Mach 1 Mustang, 67, 68, 69 Camaro. I've had a 69 Camaro big block. I've had 70s vet, 80s vet. I've had a monster truck. That was a stupid purchase. I'll try and get a picture of that. It's purple with a lightning bolt down the side, pearlescent lightning bolt. Yeah. And then of the really kind of exotic stuff, Vipers, show-winning Escalades, Porsches. What else? M5. I had an M5. That was a fun car. What else? I think that's all that comes to mind. I know I've had other stuff too, but those are the big ones. So yeah. Let's see. Snow. What is this snowy thing you speak of? Hey, listen, everyone. Yeah, I'll save my comment for that. But yeah, snow sucks. It's the worst. The only nice thing is I don't have landscaping bills 12 months a year. I have landscaping for 6 and I have snow for 6. So yeah, it's something you have to build in your budgets up here, but it just takes the place of that other stuff. Joseph Connolly. Hi, Matt. Is it better to sell your primary home and buy a duplex to house hack or take out a HELOC to buy a duplex? Just got my money right and want to make money. Oh, awesome. Good job. Congratulations, Joe. Good job. Nice job. Good job getting your money right. That's awesome. Congratulations. It depends solely on your own decision-making criteria, what makes you sweat at night. For me, what I did was when I got out of my condo, that was a condo hack. I bought the condo with on my own. I had a roommate lined up, already signed lease. He was paying $1,000 a month. When I sold that, I bought a single family home that I also had. Well, actually, I'd gotten appreciation from that house. I'd saved up enough money to buy that single family home and not have to hack. I did that. But when I did that, it left me with enough money left over to then do my investment as well. So I then did my investment. I took, for me at that time, interest of full disclosure, I took a HELOC. I wished I hadn't. So I took a HELOC, wished I hadn't. Rates went through the roof on the HELOC. And so I was paying, it turned the investment property that I bought, even though the numbers were good there, it turned it into an alligator, because if I had to cover my cost of my HELOC with that, it turned me into an alligator. So what I did after that was I then started moving into these buildings because A, I could get a better rate. So I was getting a better mortgage rate. B, on top of getting the better mortgage rate, it also put me in a position. Hold on one second, guys. It put me in a better position to buy the next ones. So for me, I would not do it with a HELOC again. If I had to do all over again, I would sell my single family home or rent it out. I would rent it out after having saved a little bit of money and then buy a duplex and move into that. Ideally, I would even try and, if you can live in a 4, I would try and find a 4, but do your research, 2s, 3s, and 4s, and understand in that market that you want to be in, understand the 2s, 3s, and 4s, because your 4 is going to be your biggest financial windfall, and you can't go 2 to 4. You might be able to convince them of going 1 to 4, saying, hey, I have to reduce my costs. So I would go 1 to 4, not 1 to dupe, if you can. If you can only do dupe, then yeah, dupe is good. Me personally, easy for me to say, I'm not in your shoes, but that's what I did. So I'm not saying that that's what you should do, but that's what I did. I sold. I didn't sell. I ended up renting out that house. But then it was an alligator. It was a loss for me, as was the multifamily. That's what was the bad decision that almost bankrupted me. It didn't bankrupt me from the perspective of it was that bad of a decision where I almost lost everything. It was almost bankrupted me because everybody in the rental stopped paying rent when the economy crashed. So I was working every single day just to pay that nut. That was my mistake. I could pay it, thankfully. But if I had to, because I don't know when the next economic recovery is coming or the next economic crash, for me, I would probably rent out the single family, unless you really want to sell the single family, because then you can get into a 4 easier with the bank. They will more likely approve that if you're showing it as your primary residence. That's my take. Death Angel PR2. I love cars too, man. That's my motivation for doing real estate. Stupid wants. Yes, it is a stupid want, but man, if you're a car guy. I don't need to explain the rest. It's awesome. I love having those cars. A lot of times when my decompression was just going and hopping in my car and going for a drive. And I would almost always have convertibles. My Porsches, my Vipers, all those convertibles. I just wanted to put it down, put music on. Are you ready? I like hair bands. Sorry. I'm a little young for them, but I love them. I love my hair bands. 80s hair bands. 80s and 90s. Early 90s. Mary Sitton, real estate. Do you have a mentor or coach holding you accountable, or do you and your wife hold a meeting and stick to the plan? No, I don't. We don't have a coach that holds us accountable. We don't have a mentor. That was my biggest problem in the business. That's actually the whole reason I started a channel. The whole reason I started a channel wasn't because I wanted to mentor a bunch of people, but I just wanted to give them the options of what I went through and what I did. So I didn't have a mentor. There were not nearly as many books. I never read Rich Dad, Poor Dad like so many others did. I never read The Millionaire Next Door. I just instinctively kind of lived that way because I was a 9th grade dropout, and everything for me with entrepreneurship was survival, i.e. I like to eat and I wanted to be able to eat. So everything was instinctual and survival. It would be learning little lessons along the way, losing along the way that cost me money that I would then learn that lesson again. And as far as my wife goes now, it's a little bit different. Our dynamic now with the properties is she literally said to me probably a couple weeks ago, I feel like I haven't visited many of our new properties. And over the last year, she really hasn't. So I kind of give her the details, but 3 small kids completely changing that. Hold on one second. Contractor. With my wife and I's relationship is different or weird because my wife is an amazing mom, amazing person. She's a nurse. That pretty much says all that you need to know about her. She loves other people. And so being a landlord is very much a people business. People business. She hates that part of it. So I do all that stuff. So a lot of times we'll just talk about the deal. She sees our finances. So she sees them, feels comfortable with them, obviously has access to them. But yeah, so no accountability partner for us. I bought a lot of property this year, but it's more been my as kind of the CEO and her just kind of watching, just seeing the numbers. So her famous line is, "You're better at math than me. I trust you." So all the pressure's on me, which is fine. So yeah, so we wouldn't do a deal that would put us in a bad spot. But that's a great question, Mary. Mary, another question. What's your downtime look like? My downtime is my kids. Yep, that's it. I love my kids. I love spending time with my kids. But because they're so young, they're in bed by 7. So I spend a lot of time looking at deals, looking at markets, trying to find new ways. I mean, I am your typical entrepreneur trying to move every knob, every lever on the control board, everything. Absolutely everything. I will move every lever, every knob. And that means buying property, rehabbing property, adding units, ADUs, foreclosures, tax deeds. There is nothing that I don't do when it comes to real estate, except I haven't done any Airbnb yet, and I don't think I will. It's not really something that interests me. It's a very heavy management model. I like the longer term tenant, and I think that there's so many Airbnb units popping up in these different markets. I did a video last week about that with Mike from One Rental at a Time. My concern is that there's a draw of too many units that are good units being pulled into Airbnb, and thus leaving people that need a place to live, making it that much tighter. And then also that's raising the prices. It's not only about money for me. So for me, it's much more about, we like the relationships that we have with a lot of our tenants. We've had a lot of people that have been with us for years. I couldn't imagine telling them they need to get out of their unit so I can make it an Airbnb unit just to make a little bit more money. But I understand diversification too. So I don't begrudge anybody that wants to do Airbnb. If you want to do that model, what I believe is going to happen, should I say this? Yeah, I'll say it. What I believe is going to happen is I think Airbnb is going to crash. I think it's going to crash. I think that there's going to get to a point where there's too many units. There's not enough utilization of those units. Number one. Number two is I think the government can much more drastically impact and affect that. And number three, I think a lot of areas discourage them and are just, putting rules around them. Yeah, Airbnb probably isn't ever for me. I might do it on a very small basis just because my wife is a nurse. We love traveling nurses, and we know traveling nurses have a really tough time finding nice quality product. And so we might do a couple of those for like some traveling nurses, like 1-2 bedroom type of things, but nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. It won't be part of our business model. We really have been doing a lot more with housing authorities because we want to give back. We want to impact people. We want to give nice people a nice place to live. And so we're doing more with housing authorities because we had talked to them and they just said the need was so great that I wanted to just help them any way I possibly could. So I'm working with all 3 towns around me. The housing authorities, trying to work with them and trying to help them get units. Which we provided 5 units to them in the last month. And so 3 of them are already filled and 2 more. We're just waiting. We're just finishing to get them filled. Have I ever? Yeah, so that's what my downtime looks like. I love my kids, spend my time with my kids and my wife. I mean, just my family. And so because my wife has the toughest job, or one of the toughest jobs there is, which is staying at home with 3 little kids, and we have a sitter a couple times a week, but that's actually going to go away because of the baby's quarantine because of her diagnosis. She tries to keep the sleeping schedule with them, which I get. And so that leaves me with, we always joke around about the fact that I have enough time in the evening to have a second life, but she never sees my car move. So it's a pretty boring second life. But I get to do what I love. I love real estate. It really is monopoly to me at this point. I love it. I enjoy it. I wish there were a game that were created that had monopoly, but also people involved, because I do. There are plenty of tenants that I can't stand, but there's plenty that I really like, that are good people, that we've become friends. And so, yeah, there's a lot of really good people out there that just want a nice place to live, and they don't need another set of friends. They just really need a nice place to live. So that's what I do during my downtime. Have I ever done a 1031 exchange? Yes, I've done many of them. Done them, love them. Done many, done 3 this year. That was what was the impetus to buy so much this year. I did 3 sales, and all 3 sales were 1031s. So I 1031'd all 3 of those, and I bought, I don't know what the final number was, 6. So, no, wait, 1 wasn't, 2 were, and I bought 6 from those 2 that were. So yeah, yep, love 1031s, do them all the time, anytime I can. Death Angel Part 2. I'm sadly going to sell my 18 type. Oh yeah, to get another duplex. Don't need the car right now since I got another one. Yep. Honestly, I'm telling you, Death Angel, you are on it. Sell the car, get another property. I can promise you this: the house might go down, but the cash flow will be more than you'll ever get cash flowing out of your Type R. And Type R is a nice car too, by the way. So congratulations on that. Nicodon, no codon. I own my personal home free. Okay, clear, and want to turn it into an Airbnb and buy a 4-plex, the house hack. Any financing ideas? Any ideas? Hope your baby's doing well. Thank you very much for the baby well wishes. Yeah, that is an awesome question. So yeah, for me, Airbnb, I think you can do it. Just talk to some other Airbnbers about their experience with Airbnb and how much extra work it is. It's a lot of work. It's just a lot of work. And the problem is that the state tomorrow, if COVID gets worse in the wintertime, the state tomorrow could say there's no longer the ability to, do weekly rentals or 3-day rentals. And that can happen a lot easier than anything else because it's really more of a vacation thing. So yeah, for me, I'm not the right guy to ask on the Airbnb stuff, just because I get the model. It's a nice model. It's obviously a more profitable model, but I think over a 10-year period, I'm probably going to make more as a rental, long-term rental. But I think that I'll make more as a long-term rental for one reason, is because not so much turnover, damage, use, and what rules and legislation the town might pass. So it's just for me, that's where I'm going to be a little bit more chicken and just kind of err more on the side of caution on my side. So yeah. So if I were in your shoes, with a single family home, I would probably rent it out to an amazing tenant that definitely needs to rent a house. And then I would buy a 4-plex. That's awesome. And then house hack into a 4-plex. And then, man, your future is just, you saw the numbers. Those were numbers on duplexes, guys. Those weren't numbers on quads. Those are numbers on duplexes. Each one of those deals over a 10-year period, $500,000 cash. You might not have the same result in 10 years. It's like a diet commercial. Results might vary. It's also like that rear view mirror that says objects in rear view may be closer than they appear. But because I don't know the market future, it's impossible for me to say. That's why I buy good deals now today. When I buy a good deal now today, I know I'm safe. When I buy a good deal that I know today, I know that at least today it's a good deal. The fact that it's going to turn into an alligator is kind of tough from a good deal today to tomorrow. But over a 10-year span, most of the rents are up 60 to 150% in those units. It's just math, just math. So if I were in your shoes, like I said, if I owned a single family home, I would rent it out. Yeah, I would rent it out and I'd buy a fourplex. Yep. You're probably going to have to write a letter of explanation to the FHA underwriter saying why you're doing that. And you should not say investing. I'm not saying lie and say you aren't investing, but I'm saying, what's the primary reason? The primary reason is because, I've helped a lot of people with those letters, but usually the main reasons are job change, financial change, to a lot of different things. Yeah. Don't lie. Always tell the truth. Always tell the truth in those letters for sure. And generally speaking. Joey Garessi, hope your girl is doing well. Oh, yes. And sorry, Nokadan also asked about my daughter. Yes, doing great. Thank you very much. Daughter's doing awesome. She's home from her first chemo treatment, smiling, giggling. Honestly, like, not without having the diagnosis, you wouldn't know she's sick. She's amazing, amazing. And her diaper rash. They get pretty bad diaper rashes from chemo. So we're doing a lot for that diaper rash. She is in Fuego, south of the border. It's brutal. I feel so bad for her. I know it's a little bit painful, but we're mitigating the pain there. So thank you for asking. And Joey, thank you for asking. Been thinking about it and praying for her and your family. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate every single prayer. We know that prayer works. So we appreciate every single prayer very, very much. We pray for the people praying for us and know that it's going to change lives. So we're expecting amazing things for our daughter. We're expecting a miracle that she will get better. The survival rate of this cancer is 8%. And so, yeah, we're just believing for a miracle. That's where we're at on that. Let's see. Joseph Connolly, thank you. My wife is on board with moving. That's half the battle. It's more than half. But that's great. That's great that you guys are on the same page. My wife is amazing. She in the beginning, the big joke was so when we were really poor, she would, and when we were first married, she would go into and she would take a shower and she would cry in the shower. So I couldn't tell she was crying. But I was like, you take 40-minute showers. What the hell? We can't afford this. So I was the king of the 4-minute shower. But that was the big thing for us for the longest time. And now it's funny. And then the first few places she saw, she cried that we did. But then she saw the result. And then she became a believer too. And she see when it's given our family and what it's given the ability for how we're able to spend time with our kids and the freedoms that it's given us, the fact that she could have a job but doesn't have to. So it's been just a huge blessing. But yeah, now she's much better. That's why I'd love to get her on, is because I think she would be a hilarious interview, and I would ask her a bunch of horrible things on camera because that's how I am. It's fun. So yeah, that's good. Joey Garessi, how would you look to structure a partner deal where one partner house hacks for 1 year and the other pays for majority of down payment and closing costs? Ooh. If I had to put myself in that deal, I wouldn't do it. I hate partner deals. I suck at them because I end up doing all the work because I want it done right. And I'm a bad partner in that regard because I'm a great partner in that regard. I overdo it and not putting us in a bad financial position. But yeah, I just want it done. I want it done right. If I'm going to pay $1.50 a foot to get something installed, I'm not using 50-cent product. I'm using $2 product because I want it to withstand the test of time. And if I know demonstrably that product is better, I want to do that. That's where you really have to. The only thing that I would say in any partner deal is make sure that every scenario is thought of. And that's really, really hard. I had somebody that with a partner bought a quad. Then it ran up. They had $200,000 in equity. One partner went to the other partner, said, I want to pull 100 out. He said, they both had to sign off on it. He signed off, said yes. Proceeded to have another business venture. Lost all of it in that business venture. Then the economy tanked. And this was before the crash. Then the economy tanked, and even that $100,000 in equity was wiped out. Forget about the 200. Unique scenario, scary scenario. They lost their friendship over it for obvious reasons. I won't say anything more than that about it, but yeah, because I was friends with both of them. It was horrible. Horrible. Yeah, horrible. Because that market, when that market collapsed, I had so many friends that got just absolutely crushed. Absolutely crushed. And we got crushed too. I won't lie. We got crushed. I was working to pay off my mortgages every month, but we persevered. We didn't even have one late payment. We had to work with the banks, and we're like, okay, we're going to pay you on the 14th because that was the only time. After the 15th, they would hit you with late fees and stuff. Yeah, if you guys ever see me with hair, I got a lot of it. I always wear my hat though. I don't like showing off with Dion. He's a more handsome man than me, but I have better hair. So that's good. That's good for your wife. But yeah, that double. So on the Joey on the double on the partner deal, tough. They're sticky. No pulling equity. I would look at what the down payment is versus, like what happens if they can't pay their rent, right? And then all of a sudden that goes sideways, and then you're left holding the bag on the other side too. And then if they really end up with nothing, then you take them to small claims court, but they're not going to get anything because the judge will look at it and say they only make this much money. Yeah. Oh, that is sticky. So that one's pretty kind of tough. Sarn L, hit the like button. Hey, thanks, Sarn. Yeah, if you guys can hit the like button, that's great. I mean, it helps us know that we're on the right track and that the information I provided you was of value, which it better be. Thank you for whoever just hit the like button. But yeah, we love doing this too. So Angel R, in your older units, do you have to install bathroom exhaust fans? A lot of houses in my market are old, and installing them required to go vent through the roof. Oh, so there's a secret there. You can, if you look at your local code, it calls for ventilation. Ventilation can be a window. That's how I challenge that code. Ta-da. If you don't have a window, you're screwed. Just kidding. So I've challenged that with a lot of building inspectors, and I just tell them, but it has a window. And that's the level of ventilation that it needs. Because what the code is actually calling for is ventilation, not for a fan. The code's calling for ventilation, not for a fan unit. So I would do that, number one. Number two is you can also look at installing a fan in the wall, which is usually less expensive than through the ceiling, through the attic, through the roof, because usually there you could be looking at multiple disciplines like electrical, roofing, carpentry. On the other one, usually you can just do a draw off of like an outlet or something for that fan. Just wire it off of an outlet, continuity. Again, talk to an electrician, make sure it's code. But usually you can just draw a line off of that and then put it right in the wall, and then you check your box for a fan. That's a second option. Third option is don't go up through the roof. A lot of times with bathrooms, they're not smack dab in the middle of the house. There's sometimes the one end or the other. Sometimes, not all the time. So the other option that you can have too is if you get a higher CFM fan, again, check code. But if you get a higher CFM fan, you can actually get that to either in in the roof or a crawl space where you don't actually have to vent it out the roof. Sometimes, especially if it's not a top floor bathroom, if it's a bottom floor bathroom, either wall. That's what I would do, is just right out the wall. So you can actually get, so the other thing too is you can get up into you have to know which way your joists run, but you can also get up there and then just do a chase down the joist to get it out the wall. And usually those run side to side because your walls stand this way, your joists run this way. So when you drill the hole, you then can just use that chase to get it out the wall above in the unit. So if you still have a ceiling unit, let me know if that helps. But those are the 3 things that I've done for bathroom fans. Not do them in the wall or do them in the ceiling, but then vent out not vent out the roof. You can vent out the roof. Again, code must prevail. So some code doesn't allow for that. Some code does, but usually it's a ventilation code. It's not a fan code for what it's worth. Rob Comstock, I trust that Gavin Newsom would never shut down Airbnb. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah. Oof. That's the thing is, like, in those states that are more heavy-handed, the New Yorks, the Californias, the Illinois, Detroit, or not Detroit, Michigan, Virginia, trying to think of other ones. Washington, Oregon, yep, Connecticut, New Jersey. Those states that are more heavy-handed, they're the ones that are going to shut that stuff down and get you. Yep. I mean, I had guys that had just closed on amazing Airbnb deals around Christmas time before COVID hit, was getting everything ready, and then they started passing laws about Airbnb, and massive hit. Didn't put them out of business, but it was a massive financial hit. Massive financial. Yep, for sure. Let's see here. What was the next one? Angel. Okay. If the home been like that for 100 years old, I wonder if it's worth the expense. It's not worth the expense. It, largely speaking, is not worth the expense. The problem is that more tenants now will take longer hot water showers. It'll create more moisture in the bathroom. And a lot of times in the old days, they knew to pull down the window so it could escape. Now they want to be more comfortable and they don't want that. And so then you get mold and all these other crazy, crappy issues that happen from that stuff. Like you said, if it's a code thing, I start first with the window piece. The other thing you can do too is I'll paint my bathrooms. If I don't have a fan in a bathroom, I'll paint my bathroom semi-gloss paint, even on the walls. It's more resilient, more moisture resistant, and you can wipe it down. So if it ever gets like any sort of growth on it, like mildew or anything, much easier to wash. Same thing with the ceiling though. And it gives it a brighter, like shininess that you probably won't like a whole lot, but it's better. It's better. Or you just have to go in and clean it with bleach after a while. Which, like I said, I try and create things that are less labor, not more. Nicodon, I own 7 properties in Colorado and just go back and forth to Arizona. So we don't need the big house. Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. I mean, so smart. And so is the property that you're going to do as an owner occ, is that in Colorado? I guess is my question. So, because you just got to be careful. You're hitting your residency requirements. You don't want FHA to catch you. You don't. Just be honest. So you have to make sure that you're hitting your residency requirement wherever you're doing that house. Because largely speaking, you're going to make the certification that it is a single family home. If you're making that certification as a owner occupied home. No, we're an Arizona resident. Okay. And is that where you would be doing the 4 unit? Just make sure you know the rules. I just would hate to see nice people get, banged up because it was a technicality. So just make sure, because you're going to get an owner occ loan. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah. You're going to get an owner occ loan. You're going to have to certify that it's owner occ. And FHA does check. They do check, especially as the federal government continues to burst at the seams, growing people in the federal government. They're going to have more people to look at that stuff. And I always lived in every property that I certified I lived in. I always lived in every one of them. It was just the right thing to do. I could sleep at night. So J-Lo Flicks, love being back here each week. Thanks, Matt. You're very welcome. I like being back here too. It gives me a chance to talk shop, talk real estate, and hopefully help people out. So I really enjoy it too. Thank you very much for saying. Angel, thank you. Appreciate it very much. Oh, very helpful. Oh, good. Very, very good. Rob, thanks, Matt. Later on, wife wants lunch. Oh, unbelievable. I'm actually getting kind of hungry myself too, but that's okay. Sarn, to install bathroom vent through the wall, would you contact a handyman or a contractor? It depends. How's that for a horrible answer? The reason I say it depends is because I've had really, really, really good handymen, and I've had really, really, really good contractors. I've also had the very worst of both. I've had horrible contractors, and I've had horrible handymen. So it really depends. What I would probably do is, I think a handyman could do that. But again, it really just depends on the quality of them. It really depends on the quality. It depends on what you have in the wall for insulation. I mean, you could start off handyman and it quickly get out of their bailiwick. You could also start off contractor and then quickly say, oh, it needs a bunch of stuff I couldn't account for. That's a really hard one. It really depends on the person that you're going to have. Yeah, so it really depends on that. Then those were the Arizona resident. J-Lo Flicks. Hey, Matt, are you familiar with Boxable? Yep. I'm also familiar with their multi-year wait for their houses. I am seriously considering getting into these. Cool. Yep. I don't know if you guys know. Maybe. So I have spent the last 18 months investigating 3D printed houses, the concrete kind. Hired consultants, talked to all the different companies, most of which are jerk offs. Sorry for the language, but they are. Yeah, I've gone down that road hard and heavy, an alternative. Yep. Hard and heavy. Because with a 3D printer, you only need like 3 or 4 people to build an entire house instead of 40. So yeah, I've gone down that road for alternative housing. I will do a video on that eventually, but right now I have a ton of knowledge on that stuff because I spent so much time. Like that was the project I spent the most time on working this year. I spent the most time working on that. Yep. In fact, had land under contract twice to do the project. So, yep. Oh, definitely. So Boxable, yeah, I like the idea. I like the concept. I think weather dependent. I'm in New England. I think that's a no-go for us. In pretty areas, probably. Okay. But in New England, when we have a week or two a year where I live, that is wind chill, minus 20. And I don't think those products fare very well in that kind of extreme weather. So, or, what about roof load? Roof load when you have 2 feet of snow on the roof. Like there's all those sorts of things where I think that they're trying to go for a certain market, and good for them. I think there's plenty of houses in that market, kind of sections up from the equator and sections down from the equator. But yeah, New England's going to be really tough. A lot of the manufactured homes that we buy here, a lot of them get bought in Canada because they have to build to that Canadian winter spec. And if you can build to that Canadian winter spec and then you come down here, you're going to be okay. And because they have the same kind of crazy snow that we do. Hey, Matt, thanks for doing this. Josh, you're very welcome. Thoughts on building small multifamily properties, 2 to 4 units? I love it. So no joke. I really love it. I have not found a combination of land and building costs that get me to a place where it's a good number. So I would deem it currently, or actually, well, not currently. Yeah, currently. Yep. I would deem it currently as not the best use of cash currently. Because I can buy really old homes that I can retrofit. So if I buy something really old around where I am, I'm paying, excuse me, probably anywhere from 100 to 200 a foot. But that includes the land. If I'm building, I'm paying 300 a foot, but I can put 50 a foot into the old building and make it just as good as the new building. And so that's where I say best use of money. And when you do all that stuff in the new building, everything is to code and newer. And if you're like California, I think that's like includes solar panels that you have to do now and that sort of stupid stuff. And I don't mean stupid because I hate our planet. I mean stupid like it just raises the cost of construction so much that's going to, you want affordable housing, you're going to have to be a little bit more lax on some of the things that you're requiring there. There's massive developers out there doing these massive urban sprawls with that type of model. They're going to be the ones that are going to succeed at that. I don't think small mom and pops are going to do as well because the massive amount of panels and weight and all that stuff that you have to do, it just makes for a different story. Josh, again, also at a certain price point, wouldn't it make sense to build new because the cost of new construction would be less than the cost of buying existing? Yeah, sure. Yep. I've just not seen, you can probably find a needle in a haystack, but I wouldn't spend my life looking for one. And so I think that's your biggest problem is that finding the land and the zoning. So a lot of times zoning that I've seen and that I've worked with, a lot of times that zoning, what's very interesting about it is that it will allow for a 2-unit, but it won't allow for a 4-unit. The real magic, and this is what I covered on the ADU video, is finding properties that will allow you to buy like a single family home. I just bought a single family. On the single family home that I bought, it is in an area zoned for multifamily. So I'm able to convert that to a duplex, number one. Number two is I could leave it single family and build an ADU because I'm allowed to go up to 2. So that makes that land very valuable. Well, if you figure land cost into your house, so let's say it's a $500,000 duplex. And that's what you're able, and your building costs are, you're going to pay 150 to 200K for a lot. And then you're going to pay $300 a foot for construction, if not more. So if you work the numbers backwards, 300,000 basically gets you a 1,500 square foot duplex, 750 a side. That's a 2-bedroom tops or a tight 3. What do the numbers look like? What do the numbers look like on the other side of that? That's where I think it gets really, really tight for you. Because I've looked. So a lot of the duplexes that I buy, I like large or high density duplexes, which means lots of bedrooms. So I'll buy 4s and 5s. I own just under 20% of the 4-bedroom and 5-bedroom units. I own just under 20% of them in the cities I do business in. And that was a goal. That was purposeful. Because I knew over time that those units would have people in them that were starting out their careers. They don't think twice about their contribution to the rent being $600. Where else would they live for that? They're living with 4 of their friends. That's $3,000 a month aside. That's $6,000 on a duplex that costs me 450, 500K now. And so your return on capital is over 20%. Pretty awesome and sexy numbers. But yeah, I'm always looking, like I said, I haven't done any foundation up stuff just because I've been through the process of ADUs and getting zoning variances, and it's a process. Like even Mike's ADU, he's done nothing but spend money so far When it's all said and done, he's going to have about 750 square feet. He's going to have 130 grand into 750 square feet, but he's going to have a ton of time into that. And that's where he's probably starting to see. And that's even hiring an architect and hiring project manager and hiring construction management and doing all that stuff. That it's just going to have a ton of time. And you know, I think he's already got 8 or 10 weeks into it. And then he's got another 12 before he gets approved. Like he's going to be 5 or 6 months before he even puts a shovel in the ground. And then you're going to be 3 to 5 months building it, even that square footage. And so you're going to have almost a year into it and time, and not forget about the money. The money's 120, 130, like he was saying, but just the time factor. And that's why for me, I much prefer to buy existing homes. I can buy them at a much better price per square foot. And then even to bring it up to new caliber, I'm still way less a foot. You know, the building that I just bought, to give you an idea, let me just do math real quick, guys. Let's see, 2475 square feet divided by, I paid 160K. That can't be right. Nope, it's not. I'm an idiot. Wrong way. 160K divided by 2475. 64 bucks a foot is what I just paid for my deal. 64 a foot. And our budget for that is 35. I think it's 30 or 35. No, I don't remember. Hell, we'll call it 35. What the hell? You know what? We'll call it 40. That brings us 200. So I'll even spend more. So we'll call it 40. So I'm at 64 bucks a foot. And then divided by, and then 40,000 divided by 2475 is 16. So yeah, I'm 80 bucks a foot, right, Josh? So I'm 80 bucks a foot. You're not building a shed for 80 a foot. And that 40 that I bought, I'll turn it into a duplex. Here's the sexiness of those numbers. I'm gonna have 80 bucks a foot into that thing. And that's if I don't totally kick ass on the rehab. So yeah, I think you're 40 a foot, or excuse me, I think I'm 80 a foot, and I'll be 200 all in. And that was a deal that I found on MLS. That was not only an on MLS deal, but I found what the zoning was when I looked it up. The zoning allowed for a duplex. I looked at the building and I showed the town. And I said, I think that this was a duplex converted. And way back when, before they really even did building permits. And so I'm able to turn it back into a duplex. It'll cost me 40,000 bucks, but not 40 grand to turn it back into a duplex. It has a yard. It has off-street parking, but it's not going to cost me 40 grand to turn it back into a duplex. That's going to cost me like 5. The 35 extra that I'll spend, and we'll say it's 35. The 35 extra that I will spend is doing kitchens, baths, re-sheetrocking some areas, new insulation some places, and then just tuning up. Based on your answer, it's obviously why we have a supply issue. Yep. But what you're saying is making sense. Makes me wonder if prices of existing inventory will eventually increase to replace. Yes. Yes, it will. Yep. It absolutely will. That's why so Josh brings up an amazing point here. So let me just read out his entire answer. Based on your answer, it's obvious why we have a supply issue, but what you're saying makes sense. Makes me wonder if prices of existing inventory will eventually increase to replacement value cost. Yes, it will never be replacement value cost. And the reason why it will never be replacement value cost is one reason and one reason only: new versus old, right? The issue that you're going to have is that it's what is the delta there? That's what you're looking for. Is you're looking for inefficiencies in markets. That is an inefficiency in the market. What something costs brand new to build versus what something costs to rehab and make amazing. So my preference is rehab and make amazing. I'm doing it for 80 a foot in this place. Now, that's not obviously always the case, right? That's cheap. I stole that deal. I knew exactly what I was looking at. The agent is an amazing agent, but they didn't look for the little small piece of inefficiency that made that deal an absolute home run for a guy like me. They didn't see that, because if they had seen that and priced it, the place was probably worth 2.25 to 2.5 all day long. Actually, probably 2.5, because it can be made a duplex. My duplex numbers on that building, when I'm done, my duplex numbers are going to be $3,000 a month. $3,000 a month is what I'm going to make on that building, gross. My net on that building is going to be, actually, it'll be more. Call it 3,000. Call it 3,250. Actually, 3,250 is what I'm going to make on that building a month, gross. My net on that bill, or my expenses on that building, are going to be $1,300. So I'll make almost $2,000 a month on that one building. But to fully answer that question, Josh, yeah, there's going to be a tightening gap, especially as housing, there's brand new 1,500 square foot homes going for sale on the market around me for $500,000. $500,000, 1,500 to 1,700 square feet. If I'm looking at evaluating that property versus a duplex that I can buy for the same 500, but that duplex is 3,000 square feet, it's the same square footage per unit. And yes, I'm sharing a wall. It's the same square footage per unit, but in that house is going to cost me $2,700 a month. That duplex is going to cost me 23 because of the tax differences in my area. And that rent is going to be 22 to 25. I'm living there for free as long as I want. So that's the magic of the hack. That is the magic of the hack right there. That's the magic of the hack. That's where it's honestly just absolutely printing money, largely speaking. Jonathan Smith, question. I purchased a duplex using my VA loan. Thank you for your service. Appreciate that. 7 months ago, cash flow is $900. Oh, yeah. Can I use an FHA loan to purchase a fourplex next? Nope. I think, I'm not positive, but ask the mortgage broker. I'm almost positive that you can have a VA loan or an FHA loan, but that you're not allowed to have both at the same time. But you can refinance your VA loan and get a conventional loan instead, and then use your VA loan to purchase. How's that for a neat trick? So yeah, you can do that. I know, factually speaking, you can do that. And your property, if you bought, when did you buy? 7 months ago? Yeah. So you bought in like February, March. Yeah. So you were before it got nuts. So you could easily have 15 or 20% increased value in your property easily. I mean, I would just talk to a mortgage broker, because like I said, I'm pretty sure you can't have a VA and an FHA at the same time. It already has $80K in equity. Yeah, dude. So yeah. Does that $80K put you at a 80% loan to value? And I can help you figure that out if you need help. Yeah. Does that $80K mean that you have an 80% loan to value? Yes. Ooh, even better. You're paying PMI on your VA loan, aren't you? I would think. I'll wait for your answer. Actually, I won't, because I'm pretty sure you got PMI. But let's say you have PMI. If your property will appraise, you mean mortgage insurance? Yes. Mm-hmm. Private mortgage insurance. Yep. PMI. VA does not have. Okay, cool. I'm glad that they treat you guys that way. That's good. Finally doing some things right, taking care of our veterans. Nuts. That's good. Okay, so Because you're in a duplex, yeah. So what I would do is I would try and refi that into a conventional loan. Again, I can't give financial advice, but if I'm in your shoes, what I would do is I would, if it were me personally, I would refinance the loan with a conventional loan. And then when you go to buy your other property then I would use that VA loan to buy the other property. But I would then also on the conventional side, they would actually then count not only the income that you're getting from that one unit, but they would count, if your other unit's basically the same finishes, they would count 80% of that other rent towards your qualification of buying the next duplex. Because you'll be vacating that unit moving into your new duplex. Yep. Yep. So I would go conventional. So I would refinance that with a conventional. If I'm in your shoes, if I'm living your life, I'm refinancing that as a conventional. Thank you for this. Glad to know yes, you are. Yep. Yep. Refi that as a conventional, use your VA loan to buy the next one, and then keep on doing that. So for me, I used FHA loans to do that, where I would buy a property, move into it after 9 months, year, whatever the wait time was. We would refinance. I would start it before the year if I could. We would because we just had to close on the year with, I think it was a year at the time. You had to have a year's seasoning. I would close on it after my year on the refi into a conventional. Then I would look to then move into the next property is what I would do. And then make that an owner rock and then use an FHA to buy that. And then eventually I think I got shut off from doing that. I did because I hit my unit limit. I think my unit limit was, they had knocked it down to, I think 4 at the time. And so then every deal that I was having to do after that had to be I think I got 2 banks to do 10% down at the time. 10% loans, just conventional, no FHA. So I did 10% for a while. And then I got up to, I want to say, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think I got up to 5, and then everything after that was 20%, or 5 or 6, and everything after that was 20%. And then after I hit 10, which the number grew up to eventually at 10, then everything became commercial. And then what you do after everything goes commercial, then you fight to get back on the other side, which is at that point, you then start working with smaller banks that will do something called a portfolio loan. And that portfolio loan they hold on their books. They give you a higher rate than what everybody else can get, but they still hold it on their books. So yeah. Christopher Christensen. Hi, Matt. Hi, Christopher. Nice to meet you. I'm looking for some advice. I'll try. You probably have covered this before. I have no income, but have about $50K in cash and $30K to cover expenses for a year. I'm able to go FT, but have to CF ASAP. I don't know what that means. If you tell me what that means, I'll help you. Able to go FT, but have to CF ACP. I don't know what that means, but I'll help. The biggest issue that you're going to have is on any sort of loan. They don't care only about your cash holdings. They care about your income. It's kind of like the income on a property. What you can do, is you can look to do a non-qualified mediary lender. You can't do that. I'm pretty sure you can do that because I think what they do differently, or one of the things that they do differently, I believe that they look at the property itself and the cash flow from the property itself. Full-time. Yep. Cash flow. I'm able to go full-time, but have to cash flow ASAP. Got it. Yeah, that's just coming down to buying the right property. Yep. So I would have a job. One of the things banks look at, is they look at how long you've been in your job. But if it's not 2 years in your job, how long have you been in your field? So if you're getting a job in your field, they're usually still going to approve you, even though it's a newer job. They like to see 2 years in the job, or they like to see, I think, 4 or 5 years in the field. I'm not a mortgage broker; don't take my word for it. But those are things that we, talk about at the cookout type of thing. So, and 30K to cover expenses for a year. I'm able to go full time, but have to cash flow. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I would talk to a non-QM lender. The cost of money is going to be higher, but you can always refinance, or you can't always refinance out of it, but the opportunity to refinance in the future out of that loan to get a lower rate would be possible, but it's more possible when you actually have more of a conventional situation where you have a job and cash flow coming from that job. Talk to a couple of regular mortgage brokers. Let them know exactly the situation. I've got $50,000 in cash. I've got $30,000 to cover expenses for the year. I don't have an income right now, but I'm starting a new job, whatever. Talk to the mortgage brokers. The biggest mistake people make is not asking. That is the biggest mistake that you guys make by far, is not asking. We just got a 8% discount on a property that we were purchasing because we asked. We said, we believe that based on these results that there should be a price reduction. They said, how much? We said, we're not going to beat you up over this, but we want you guys to come back to us with a number. They came back to us with an 8% number, which I thought was fair. And we took it. We didn't need to beat them up more. We took it. What it was. Was it 8%? No, 6. Sorry. My math sucks right now. 6. Would I be able to be owner occupied in any circumstances? Are you going to live in it? Are you going to live in it? If you answer that question, I'll tell you. Would I be able to be owner occupied in any circumstances? Yes, there are circumstances under which you would be owner occupied. Hopefully somebody's getting ready behind Christian or behind Christopher Christensen, because I'll answer more questions. I'm sure there's people just joining the live stream that are just popping on. And if you guys have questions, I will answer them, give you my perspective based on my experience. I know a lot about stuff in the real estate market. Not much anywhere else. How to make my kids smile, which is like the best thing to have the ability to do. Can also make them cry too, which is the worst. So yeah, to answer your question as you're typing out your answer, yes, you can absolutely be considered owner occupied in any circumstance. You have to live in there. That's the definition of owner occupied. The owner has to occupy. So anything different than that, if you're not living in the property, anything different than that, then you would not be considered an owner occupied, and do not lie on your mortgage loans. Don't do it. It's a felony. Big, big trouble. If you guys watch like Real Housewives and that sort of stuff, that's what they got caught doing. The Jersey people, they got caught saying that they were real estate professionals and owner occupying some of their units, and they weren't. So that was mortgage fraud. Let's see. I'm self-employed. Yeah, self-employed's fine. Self-employed's fine. Yep, that's not a problem. Non-QM is probably your better option. So I would go non-QM lender, Velocity Mortgage, and there's one other one. Hold on. I'll tell you who it is. Not lying. Lima Capital. Lima One Capital. So Velocity Mortgage, publicly traded company, non-QM lender. And then Lima Capital, Lima One Capital. Both of those guys are non-QMs. Sorry, both. They're both non-QM lenders, which means that they don't follow the same standards that the banks do. So I would talk to Steve Dow, DAU from Velocity Mortgage, is on Mike Zuber's channel. Actually, he won't help you because that's owner occupied. So he can't help you. I would talk to a mortgage broker, talk to them about self-employment, talk to them about tax returns. They'll definitely want to see your tax returns for the last 2 years. That will largely do it, but you can find somebody that's willing to work with you. So I would look with a mortgage broker, a one broker who represents multiple companies. And then I would also look at a local bank and local credit union. I would look at those 3 options. Non-QM, forget that idea, throw it out. They won't lend to you because it's an owner occ. They only do investment property. I don't know why that is, but if I had to venture a guess, I would say it's more difficult for them to take the property if you live in it. Less if you don't. JLo Flicks. Is it possible to create a duplex or a fourplex, but not from an older home? Yes. You can do it with a newer home if your home's big enough. And if the zoning allows for it. That is much more a zoning question. So when you look at Zillow, you can look up your property on Zillow. You can also look it up at like your local deed. And so you can look that up there. If you look that up there, you will find what your zoning is. Then for every city, they have a zoning map. They also have a zoning ordinance. That zoning ordinance is usually like a 200-page PDF. Then you can look up what the zones are, and you can look up what your zone is in that zone, and then it will give a definition of what that zone is. There are zones that a single-family home is built in that allows for units. You might have a zone, your lot might be zoned as in my area, it's called an R4. So there's R1s, R2s, R4s. And so R4 means up to 4 units. And that can be either A, building a new unit because you have the setbacks in the land, blah, blah, blah. And if you don't, then you try and fight and get a variance. But then you have to hire a surveyor, $5,000 to $7,000, an attorney to handle the rest of that, probably a couple $1,000. It's probably $10,000 to go that process. But yeah, what you're looking for is zoning. Specifically there, you're looking for zoning, yeah. And if you do that zoning, if you do that zoning and you find that, then you can break up your existing house. Some people have taken the top off of their houses and built another floor. And so they've taken the first floor, if it was like a ranch or something like that, or even like a ranch with like a garage, and they've converted the garage into an apartment. They've put what's called a raised ranch. They put another level on a second ranch, and then they've turned that into 2 units. So it's possible. Yeah. It doesn't have to be an old home. Doesn't have to be, but it can be. So yeah, definitely. Christopher, yes, self-employed. Yep, I got that. Yes, I want to live in it. Yep, that's owner-occupied. So living in it makes you owner-occupied. Pure definition, owner-occupied. You, the owner, will occupy the building. So that's owner-occ. Christopher, thank you for your help. You're very welcome. I'm happy to help answer any questions for folks here. Happy to do it. Christopher, I heard your show last week, I think, where you said you wanted to move to Summerlin. Since you have children, I hope that you really think about it. I've been living in Summerlin for almost 2 years. Yeah, so for us, we won't ever live there full time, but we would live there. It's not bi-coastal, but we'll call it bi-seasonal. The winters here suck. They're horrible. And you get the snowstorm and it's fun and the kids get to play in the snow a little bit. But largely speaking, it's just a huge, colossal pain in the ass, and my wife hates the cold. So we would probably do it like January, February, March, April, when we get most of our snow. It's usually just cold in December. We get a couple snowstorms in end of November and December, but we would still want to be around family for Thanksgiving and for Christmas and that sort. And so then we would probably shoot out after that. And with young kids, we wouldn't want to travel back and forth for Christmas and do all that baloney. So we'd probably do like 4 months a year in Summerlin. Yep. Yeah, that's what we're definitely thinking. And then probably rent out the house the rest of the time. Because when we're here, we're going to be busy. But yeah, for school, for my kids, getting into that type of an environment, they would be in school here. And then when we went there, they would just do remote schooling, likely, and then just have play groups. That's kind of what we thought about for those of you who really care. But that's kind of the plan anyway. That's kind of the idea. So yeah, that's the deal. Any JLo Flicks, did you have any follow-up questions on the create a duplex or fourplex, but not from an older home? Because duplexes are done all the time. Duplexes are done all the time. Creating like an in-law apartment, that gets done all the time. Converting a garage to an apartment, all the time. And there's a lot of zones that allow for it. There's a ton of zones that allow for that. But even if you don't have zoning that's necessarily allowing for that, you are able to still go to the town and try and get a variance. Getting a variance can be easy in some towns, can be a nightmare in other towns. A nightmare. And cost you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. The real one, can you buy multi-duplex or 2 to 4 buildings with low down payment? Yes, you can. Yep, the real one. So yeah, you can. You can buy a duplex or you can buy 2 to 4s with a low down payment. The Biden administration just passed something, which is, this isn't a political channel, but most of their stuff so far has been pretty anti-business. But this one's good. This one's good. The problem it's going to create is it's going to create a rush to that asset. So I believe owner occ now with an FHA loan, I believe that they will still give you either 3.5% or 5% down options for buying all the way up to a 4 unit. So a 2, 3, or 4, which is just going to create a ton of opportunity for people to house hack, number one. But number two, that's going to jack up the prices as more people know about that program. That's going to make dupes, tries, and quads a lot more expensive, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is. I want to see people get on the property ladder, so it could be a great time for them. Let's see. Let's see. I'm not a happy camper in Summerlin. Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. We've had some people that are pretty thrilled about it, but I can see in some parts of it, like it is pretty dense housing. Eesh. In some areas, especially compared to what I live in now is on 2 acres. I have trees all around me. When I look out my window, I'm looking at nothing but trees. I'd move my camera, but I probably won't get it back in the right spot. But yeah, I like trees. I like trees. I did the city living thing for a while, hated it. So in the Summerlin part, we might be in Summerlin, but we would be in one of the more larger footprint homes where we're not right on top of our neighbors. Understanding that that's super expensive, but that's kind of what we would be looking at. The other option too is Red Rock, where we have more space. So that's another option too. Those are both good options for us. I was experimenting with the idea of using boxables in the creation of a fourplex. Okay, so what you're talking about is 4 separate dwelling units? Yeah, cool. Yep. Yeah. That wouldn't be considered a fourplex. That would be considered, look at my video, ADUs. That would be an ADU video. Yep, that would be an ADU video. So there is, because for each building that you put up or each boxable that you put up, there are rules around the amount of frontage you need on the road, the lot size. There's a lot of moving parts to that. There's a lot of moving parts. And with them being boxables, I don't know what they're considered. Are they considered mobile homes? I mean, they're not on a trailer and you can't move them, but you can unbox them. So I think there's going to take some time for code to catch up to that. That's why I kind of liked the 3D printing thing, is because it's still a building. A building is a building is a building is a building. But that's not going anywhere. It's not unfolding in a box. It's going to have a concrete pad that it gets poured to. But that's where the zoning thing becomes a real key. That's where zoning becomes a real big issue, is you're going to have to get a bunch of approvals before that happens. And that means absolutely you're going to be, without a doubt, you are going to be getting surveyed. You're going to have to survey it. And then you're going to have to get a variance. And so yes, you can do that, but you will spend a lot of money down that path, potentially $10,000 to find out that you might only be able to add one boxable or zero. I mean, most surveyors could tell you that if you were able to add one, but they would have to do the work and go for the variances to see if you could get more than one. But again, it really depends on the zoning that you're looking at. So look at your zoning and see what that zoning allows for. Because the ADU, the auxiliary dwelling unit, that's really what you're talking about, is you're talking about adding 3 auxiliary dwelling units, which are always come down to zoning, but then it just comes down to the rules of that zoning. So yeah, definitely possible. Referring to separate buildings on this. Okay, so Jonathan Smith, you were referring to separate buildings on the same lot, right? And then Jilloflex answered, thanks, Matt. You're welcome. You can only use one FHA, yes. How do you keep using it to buy more than one? So you can only use one at a time. That's the key. You can only use one at a time. You don't only get one FHA loan ever. You can get one at a time. Buy the house FHA, live in it for a year, refinance out of your FHA loan into a conventional loan. That frees up your FHA loan to then go buy another owner-occupied property. That's how you do it. That's what I did. Christopher Christensen, I lived in Chicago for 35 years. Okay. I covered Chicago as a territory. Winters there sucked because I was downtown off the lake. And that was the worst. Holy cow. When it carries down where Bank 1 used to be, now whatever that bank is, but oh my word, that was the worst. 15 years in Denver. Yep. So you definitely know winter. Yeah. Yeah. I hate winter too. I mean, I don't mind the cold so much because I'm a big guy, but my wife does. So, I don't mind giving her a couple months out of the 3 or 4 months out of the year. The thing for us is we just love Vegas. I'm not a huge gambler, but we love shows. Every rock band plays out there. There's always events. There's always fun stuff. There's a billion places to go. For those of you guys who have young kids, Blippi, like my kids love Blippi. And even though it's only for a season, I've got 3 kids. We'll eventually have a 4th. And so Blippi's a big thing for them. And he does a ton in Las Vegas. So we'll probably do that there. Yeah. Yep. Vegas is a great, great city. And we love fine food. And so there's just a billion places out there to eat. And we like to entertain too. So friends coming in and visiting, it's great. It's great if our friends come in and visit. They can stay in a hotel on the Strip. That's preferred. I would prefer they not spend time with me at my own house. But yeah, all that sort of stuff. I'm still going to go another 20 minutes, guys. I'll still go another 20 minutes. We'll actually hit 4 hours. That's insane. I had no intention of going 4 hours, but yeah, we're going strong. So any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. If you're a newbie, there's no shame here. There's no such thing as a stupid question. I will answer your question. JLo Flicks, I would really like to sit down with you, something to discuss my real estate path. It is a really unique challenge. Thanks. Yeah, so we are trying to create a consulting package. We get asked probably 10 times a week. The way, just to give you guys an idea that we're not like giving an inside to these other students or whatever that we're getting. These are people that we know in our lives where we want to help them. They're not strangers to us. And so because of that, that's what's allowed them to become that student, because I'm not taking any fee from them whatsoever. It's really just making sure that we go through all the dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's. So we will have an option for consulting soon. For those of you guys who don't know, I actually have a real job. I work 50 hours a week at a real job, and I do all the real estate stuff for fun. So my first priority is my family. And then my second priority is to my job. And then my third is to my buildings. So family comes first, but they get the time that they get when they're awake, and we spend a lot of that good time. We love it. But then my real job is, like I said, about 50 hours a week plus. So I want to do it. I want to meet the need from a consulting perspective and help a lot of people out. I'm just not in that place yet where I know I can do it. So I'm trying to figure out what pockets we have, because I know a lot of the stuff will be answered if I can just come out with this course. And my course is not going to be expensive. It's not going to be expensive, but it's going to teach everything about getting the mortgage, how to hack, whether you're hacking a unit in a fourplex or hacking with bedrooms. I did both. So yeah. Do I have a preference between fourplexes, triplexes, and duplex? If yes, why? Or is it purely cash flow? Do I have a preference? For a new investor, I prefer a 4. Depends on what goal you're trying to accomplish. If you're trying to build your real estate portfolio, fourplex. If you're trying to have the most liquid asset, duplex. If you're in a fourplex, I mean, my 4-3-2-1 strategy, you guys should watch that video if you haven't already. But that 4-3-2-1 strategy is how people get rich. That's really how people get rich. Just printing money rich. If I just did if I just did 4 of the buildings that I did after the crash, I'd be looking at like $700,000 in cash, $6,000 a month of income, net income, which means it's like making, $10,000 a month or $9,000 a month, so it's like making basically $100,000 a year just on those first 4. I mean, if I wanted to live very, very simply, I could easily just stop working now, but I don't, because I still want to grow the business, and it's easier if I have a W-2. So, all right, we just got a bunch of questions. So Jonathan, so no real preference. Yes, mainly about cash flow, and then depending on where the investor is in their path. I think my 4-3-2-1 is a 4 try dupe single. That's my strategy. So that's why I like that the most. I spent years creating that strategy to make it work. And so, yeah, 4 is where I would start if you're starting. But then it comes down to just the rest of it, which is life situation and cash flow. That's what the rest comes down to. Trope Force, thanks so much for your content. Do you set up an LLC or other entity type for each property, one for all, or just hold in your name? Great question. So until this year, so in the beginning, it was just my name. Then it was a trust. And now, not then, but now, we are going through the process of understanding the best way to structure our business moving forward. So I know the real big guys that I talk to, they have an individual LLC for each property, but their properties are huge. Huge, massive. Let's see. Yeah. So that's what we do. Let's see. So that's on the LLC thing. So yeah, so we're going to try and create some more complexity around our business. Just because now we're getting to the point where we need to be more cognizant of taxes. Because right now we just pay a ton of taxes. We need to be more cognizant of what we're spending on taxes and get cleaner there. Are you saying if I have a 2-family house with FHA, I can refinance? Yep. Mm-hmm. And buy a 3-family? Yep. You can. Depends on the mortgage broker and the underwriter associated with the mortgage broker. It's not an open and shut stamped yes, but yeah, you can. Jonathan Smith, watched it. Great video. Thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, that 4-3-2-1 is just, that's going to make a lot of millionaires. I can't wait to see like 10 years from now, all the people that said I did the 4-3-2-1, it made me a millionaire. Because the people that I'm working with right now, they're like, I mean, they're already eyeballing their second purchases. And man, like I mean, it's just math. It's just math. Like it's just math. It could be amazing. Could be absolutely amazing for them. I'm really excited for them. JLo Flicks, I just got Mike's Get Your Money Straight program, and I'm going through that now. So I have some sweat equity in process. Yes. Awesome. Congratulations. So that getting the money right, make sure you get my spreadsheet from the first course, track your expenses 30 days. You have to do it to really see where your flows are, because I guarantee as much as you know, you don't. So please do that. Please do that. Bo Burson. Cool. I like Bo. Matt, thanks for the videos and glad your daughter's well. Yeah, thank you. She's getting better every day. I appreciate that. We've got some more chemo to come, but first treatment in the books and a bunch more to go, sadly. But let's get her better. And like I said, believing for a miracle. Been living abroad on a super low budget and no W-2 work for several years. I own 3 mobile homes with attached lots. Okay, very interesting. Last 2 I bought were $70K and $82K and rent for $900 and $975. I'm debt free and netting $2K a month for properties. Believe it or not, I live in Mexico on less than $300 a month US. Oh, dude, awesome. Awesome. No financing options for mobiles, and I can't qualify for more expensive Dice house due to no W-2 work. Yep, I can save enough cash for another mobile in 4 years. Okay. Seems crazy to move back to the US and expensive living for 2 years W-2 work, and will take just as long if I can make better cash on cash with mobiles. Should I continue the route that I'm on? Sorry for the long message, but could use some advice. I like the route that you're on. Are you happy? I think that's what makes people successful, is being happy what they're doing. I think if you're happy in Mexico and you're living cheap, yeah, like how much money do you need? Money doesn't equal happiness. I think your situation sounds awesome. You know, yeah, if I'm in your shoes, I wouldn't change. I wouldn't change. I think a lot of times people equate money to happiness, and I think that that's a miss. I think that a lot of times money can equal more freedom, but you have that. You're in Mexico and you're living on $300 a month. Man, if you like your life, Bo, man, live your life, bro. That's awesome. Good for you. Good for you. I think that's great. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be moving back and doing all that rigmarole. I mean, unless you feel like that's what you're supposed to do. But my guess is you could probably find something you could do online to pump up the volume and get some more cash rolling. And then if you get a good model with the mobile homes, because I know a lot of mobile home parks don't allow for rentals. Some do, some don't. But that just creates a tighter market. So, yeah, I mean, what you know about renting in the mobile home market is valuable. And especially when you can buy something for $80,000 and then it increases over time, right? So $70,000, you're $900 a month on that. So you're 9 times 12. So you're 10.8. You're 10.8 on $70K investment. It's a 16% return. Where are you getting a 16% return, right? So yeah, I like that. I like it. 16% return. That's really good. Really good, especially if you can duplicate it, especially if you can keep on duplicating it. I don't know anything about mobile homes other than their mobile homes. But I know a lot of parks have rules and things like that. So if you can do that and keep on replicating that model, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a 16+% return anywhere on anything else. But yeah, you'd have to buy them outright. Happy, but would love to speed up real estate growth since 2K a month limits future options. Yeah, it does. Yeah, sure. I get that. I would find a way to contract, find a way to make money that allows you to speed up the process of buying those things. And forgive me, but I think that there is a company, I think it has to do with age of the mobile unit. But I think that there is a company, I think Conseco Finance. They used to be the largest lender against mobile homes, but Conseco Finance did a ton of business in that realm. I just don't know anything about it because I've never gone through that process. So I'm sorry. But as a business model, yeah. I mean, if you're living on 300 and you're making 2,000, yeah, that's awesome. That's really, really good. Dion Amy, but we are a family online, Matt. Teach me. Just kidding. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Remote learning. Yeah, that's good. Try doing remote learning when my son's 3.5. That's fun. He's hilarious. So funny. J-Lo Flicks, do you have an affiliate program? Would that even be helpful for you? No. So I don't have an affiliate program. Helpful for me? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. One of the things that we always try and do is just provide value for folks. This is my story. This is what I live with daily. If you like it, awesome. If it's valuable to you, even better. If it can help change your stars, love it. And I love that. Like, I'm a ninth grade drop. For those of you who don't know my story, I'm a ninth grade dropout, and I built a now 8-figure. I won't say how much into the 8 figures, but I built an 8-figure real estate empire. I don't look 44, do I? See, crow's feet. So I love life. I'm super blessed to have my family, and I've been blessed to have good jobs and work my ass off. But yeah, for us, it was, I wanted to make something that could be a legacy for my family and for my kids. My son, Samuel, has been on job sites since he was 3 weeks old. So for what it's worth. But yeah. So probably not an affiliate program. Maybe. I won't say no, but not right now. I don't think. No appreciation to speak of, but taxes are super low on mobiles. Yes and yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's good. Yep. Very cool. Crimson. Yes, I'm still going. Something came up and I had to miss a lot. That's all right. You'll have a 4-hour live stream you can rewatch. Oh my word. I can't believe we're gone for 4 hours, but yeah, so much. So much. It's just, yeah, I love doing this for folks. And once I get away, it's always helpful to then kind of stay away. And then I know that my kids are napping right now. So I know my wife isn't pulling her hair out, having to watch all 3. She's probably got only 1 out there. So I don't mind doing this. I'm happy to do it, help folks out. Mary Sitton, real estate team, Western North Carolina. Bank of England will has financed mobile homes. Very cool. Thank you, Mary. So, Bo, there's your answer. Try and find Bank of England. But yeah, Conseco Finance was a big one. I would check out both of them. I think with Conseco, what I remember was if the mobile home was younger than 20 years old or maybe 25, they would do it. Outside of that, I don't think they would, because they know that it really, I mean, there's life expectancy of those homes. So I would look at that. But yeah, Bank of England, definitely. Mary, thank you so much for the suggestion. Bo, if you find out that Bank of England does do that, would love to have you comment in the questions here, or even next week. I think next week is technically, is going to be the last Sunday. But I'm going to look at that. I'm going to try and do them, but I won't be able to be as regular on Sundays or really any day. But yeah, Bo, thanks, Matt. Much appreciated. Bo, you're very welcome. Nice meeting you. Appreciate your time. Dancing Alone with Rentals. Hello, all good people. I'm here to hit the like button. Thank God someone's here to hit the like button. 4 hours and I got 34 likes. Do you realize how much I'm going to be tortured by the other guys? Oh my word. Oh, it's like scoring on your own goal. Thank you guys. Appreciate the likes. Yeah, that's cool. That's funny. It's so funny. So I have friends that have YouTube channels. Obviously, Mike, 23,000 subs, and Dion like 7,000 subs, and we're like at just over 1,000 subs. I love all of my subscribers, but our goal was like never to like go to 100,000 subs. Like it'll be awesome because I think someday we will get there. But quite frankly, our goal is always just to help people. And so the numbers for me really are just about people subscribing because they believe, because they find value in what you're giving them, and because they've been able to do something with it. So that's what means something to us. Mike and Dion's subscribers obviously off the charts. But yeah, for us, it took us about 6 months to get to 1,000 subs, but it was so much fun. It's been such a blast, and something that I've had a lot of fun doing over the years, or over the year, because I've literally, so my anniversary for YouTube, for my own channel is April. And then for having just my very first interview on YouTube was December 27th with Mike, actually. So that's why Mike is such a great guy. Been so much fun. We've not known each other forever. Literally, I met him through his channel. So it's just been a lot of fun. Sarn L. Yes, Matt is too awesome. Oh, thank you very much. While listening to him, I finished laundry, cooking, cleaning. You're welcome, people. This is the best. If you can get literally multimillionaire advice on real estate and do all your chores on Sunday, that is a winning combination. Don't count on me for 4 hours every Sunday, though. That will not happen. Holy crap. That's awesome. Oh, I got to lubricate. Yeah, gonna get some dinner too. The good news is my kids will not hear me if I have to yell at them, because I will be gone of voice in about an hour. But so much fun. Let's see. Trope Force. Have any thoughts on holding rentals in self-directed IRAs? Current infrastructure bill could change the law regarding that strategy. Yeah. So who is that guy? Mark Kohler? Is that the guy's name? You probably know Trope. But Mark Kohler is the guy's name. His is much the model that we would want to set up. But yeah, that's the problem, is that they're looking to do like all sorts of stupid stuff with tax code and IRAs and how you manage retirement and all this other stuff. We always just kind of went with the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, Mark Kohler. Yeah, he's awesome. There's probably only 10 guys I watch. Yeah. He's probably one of the 10 guys that I watch. I love his content. I think he is awesome. I want to do for people what he does for them, because he's a tax attorney, how he sets up tax structures and such. I want to try and do that for people that are trying to get into real estate. That's exactly what I want to do. Is I have no idea that side of it. He covers that perfectly. Mike covers single family and creating your buy box perfectly. My focus really is people that want to create value and value investing, is buying properties that are in A and B areas that are A, B, C, D quality, or scratch the A. I don't even buy done product. I just don't, because I can't create more value. That's why you'll see the return on capital on a lot of my deals is better than most others. It's not because I'm bad at math. I'm actually very good at math. What it actually is because I do the work, get it done, and then can get brand new quality tenant and rent in an older building. So often in my buildings, I'm setting market. I'm setting market very often in my buildings. So there's like brand new building that just went in for a 3-bedroom in downtown. It's in an apartment building, 3-bedroom downtown in an apartment building, $3,500 a month. I'm getting, well, for one of my 4-bedroom, so it's 4-bedroom, 2-bath, not in that building, but close to downtown, $3,200. And I bought that building. That building had a mortgage on it. That was one of my $1 million challenge buildings. So the numbers are just ridiculous. And that's the opportunity. I think that those markets can be found. There's a lot of markets like this in the country. There's even some markets around us that are like that. I just haven't gotten into them because I'm sticking with my 3 markets, or my 3 towns in my market. I'm going to keep on sticking with those. So those cabinets you got for your flip, how much were they? Depending on what property I get, I might want to get that quality. You'll want to get that quality, period. It costs you a little bit more, but they're 3/4 inch plywood. They're painted with a better product. There is no reason to go cheaper than those cabinets. When's the next time you're going to reinstall? And I'm not trying to scold you. I'm just saying, when's the next time you're going to reinstall the kitchen? Never. Never. Wait until you, I got to get kitchen pics. If you guys ever want to kick something around, I think, yeah, I'll get you pictures. I have kitchen pics of a picture that I did that was just knock your socks off, ridiculous, nuts, crazy. And that, I'll do a Zoom on that this week. Kitchen pics, Zoom. When you guys see the kitchen that I did, you guys tell me how much you think it cost. Because I think it'll blow your mind. I think people will be like, holy cow, I can't believe you did it. I can't believe you did a kitchen for that. That kitchen for that. And that's because, again, and it was high quality. And yeah, you guys tell me how much you think that kitchen costs. Because Crimson, I think you definitely, you use a higher brand. So Fabu wood, find somebody that does resells Fabu wood. Choice cabinets is a little bit more expensive, but either of them are really, really, really good. They've held up over time. They're not a pain in my ass. I have units that I put them in 7, 8, 9 years ago. Still look brand new. They look amazing. In fact, we templated 3 kitchens last week for granite. We're putting on the granite this week. I'll show you that in project update stuff. So yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Oh, zoom on the flooring too. Is that in the same unit? Yes. A couple weeks and I'll have one of those videos. We have another unit where a kitchen's going in. They just templated that kitchen. That unit also has that flooring. So we'll do a walkthrough of that unit when I finish. It'll blow your doors. It'll blow your doors off. As far as I'm concerned, your content, J-Lo Flicks, as far as I'm concerned, your content and willingness to help schlubs like me is worth billions of subs. God bless you and your dear family. Thank you very much for saying. Honestly, like, there's 25 people on this. So if you ever know the idea, the story behind the starfish, somebody says, they see and I'll get the story wrong, but generally speaking, it's, you see all these starfish dying on the beach and somebody was picking up one at a time and throwing it back in the water. And he said, why would you do that? There's so many starfish out here. It can't even possibly matter. And the answer was, it mattered to that one. And that's all I'm trying to do. Make it matter to that one. So if any of this stuff is helpful to you and can get you on the property ladder, can open up your life. I'm a 9th grade dropout. There were no prospects for me in getting a job. And I'm pretty smart, pretty savvy, but got much better over the years, as you can imagine. But I got many doors slammed in my face. I had Walmart distribution center. No disrespect. Not hire me. At 19 years old, they didn't hire me. Couldn't get a job there. Walmart distribution center. I kind of want to buy a distribution center and then rent it to them. That doesn't happen. They buy all their own land. So don't worry. I'm not actually thinking that. But yeah. And Sarn, yes, on the flooring. Yep. Let's see. I'll just write down the address down here so I know exactly which one it is. 57. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Crimson Knight, is it possible to have duplexes in an R1A area? The listing agent said yes, it's overpriced but coming down. Single owner, never rented, no COC. I want it, but the price needs to come down. Yeah. So I don't know about R1-A area. What I would do is so in my area, when I had a question that I wanted answered in black and white, I sent it to the planning department. It's either planning or zoning, and had them answer black and white. What was really funny is they didn't answer me in black and white. The assistant city manager answered me in black and white. Now, if they ever come to bust my stones, I have this right here. Sorry, you told me it was fine. So that's what I would do. I would have the city respond back with something. Yep. Heather McIver. I am in Alaska, so I started watching at almost 2 hours ago. I rerun the beginning and double speed watched it, and I am almost caught up with you. Thank you so much for doing these videos. You're welcome. Double speed. I bet in the beginning that was tough, but I bet at the end it was better. I'm slowing down. Love the starfish story. That's my belief as well. Sarn, yeah. I mean, that's, I had a guy in my career when I first started in software sales, and he was one of the few guys that would help me and believed. And he helped me close my first. So I was in telemarketing. I started off in a telemarketing department, and he just, without him, largely speaking, my life would have been different. He helped me when somebody asked who should be the next one promoted out of that group. He said me, and he was a good sales guy himself. And I've never forgotten that. It's changed my life. He's an amazing, amazing guy. Amazing. And he's an amazing rep too. But he's an amazing man. And yeah, he completely changed the trajectory of my life by just spending some time with me. And then I actually got on his team, and I made a lot of money for him and for me. But it was all without, largely without him being put in my life, it would have been different for me. So he helped change my life 100%. So yeah. Steve is his name. Just a super, super individual, just amazing guy. Yeah. Yep. I've known Steve for, I'm 44. I've known him for 24 years, 25. Yeah. Amazing man. And he didn't need to do that. He is 10 years older than me, 9 years older than me. And so he did that when he was just in his late 20s, and a lot of guys wouldn't have taken the time, and he did. So for me, it will always be helping people, even if I can just help just one. I would have stayed on. I don't know if I'd have stayed on for 4 hours for one person, but yeah, happy to help people. Heather McIver, we are in the process of purchasing our first 4-house hack. Oh, yeah. All right. Congratulations. Woo. That's awesome. We actually found Dion first, then Mike through him. Mike led me to you, and then I got the 3 amigos. It's true. That's exactly how it happened. So the 3 amigos thing. So it was really funny. I watched Dion from Mike. And then I said to Mike, I was like, what would be really cool? I was like, I would love to do something with him, but I didn't want to go around Mike. And so it was cool. So he's like, yeah, let's so we can, and I said, so we can do one together. And he goes, yeah, we could do one together. And I was like, love it. And so that's how the 3 amigos was born. That's how it was born. And so then since then I've done stuff with Dion. And I do some stuff with Mike still on my channel on lumberjacklandlord.com and Lumberjack Landlord on YouTube. And then, yeah, I love working with those guys. It's so much fun. So I'm glad that we're adding value for folks. Trope Force, your stream and camera quality are so good. Oh, I know what's coming next. Be sure to let Mike Z know what your internet company and camera are. Oh, poor Mike Zuber. He's in Silicon Valley too. That's the crazy thing, right? He's in where most technology is invented. He's got the worst internet connection. So I will tell you, that was my biggest point of frustration, was when he had AT&T. He had AT&T forever. And I think he got tortured enough where he finally went out and got Comcast. And so Comcast is awesome, but I don't know what he has for a camera. I can tell you I have a very expensive camera. So I'm glad the live stream is good. It should be. It was expensive. I think on my studio setup between Mike and everything else, I probably spent $3,000, $4,000, because I have a massive server level desktop underneath me for video and stuff. So yeah, it just, and I think he's running from just I think he might be running from a laptop. But yeah, his AT&T was so bad. It was so bad. But yeah, he's much, much better now. That was the thing is I love working with him. And I was just like, but then there were some of those videos where I was just kind of like frozen or he was frozen and I couldn't hear anything. And I'm like waiting for him to come back. And I was like, sorry, I missed that. And it was because his video had cut out. So yeah, it's so fun. I would still work with him even if he kept AT&T. But yeah, it was bad. Heather McIver, we are in our 40s. Very awesome. This is our first purchase. Congratulations. It's been a nightmare. Oh, I'm so sorry. Going on 3 months since offer put in, so many issues have come up, but you're staying with it. And I can tell you, just so you know, it might be your first purchase. It might be a nightmare. I have a deal that, when did we go under contract? Yeah, we had a deal that was the same thing. It's like 90 days. It sucked. Everything was going wrong, constant problems, constant issues, but we finally got it closed. It's been great. The project has gone great. I mean, honestly, hopefully you're on the other side of it, but yeah, we have learned a lot. So, yes, Trope Force, yes, AT&T connection was the worst. I picture hamsters in the background. Like, and the other funny thing too is it would always happen like later in the day. I think it was because when we do stuff afternoon, it's when it gets challenging. I think it's because that's when the bandwidth starts getting sucked up because people are jumping online. I think that's what the issue is. I think it's bandwidth issue. It's probably California stopping rollout of more broadbands. It's unbelievable, Gavin Newsom. We are in, let's see. Heather, we have learned a lot through all of the issues, but watching the three of you has get me going enough to keep going and just get this. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So keep on pushing. I'm telling you, it's so many of these transactions. There's so many thousands of ways they can go sideways. I have one that was an all but guaranteed close. And we are a week away from closing it, and it poo-pooed into bed. We're trying to put it back together, but it might not. Whatever. Like, no use crying over spilled milk. Life happens. So which one is Martin Short? I don't get the reference, but I definitely want to know. So put it in below. Trope Force. I picture AT&T handling data like Lucille Ball on the candy line. They're not that skilled. No way. I remember I had AT&T like forever ago. And then where I was, they got bought out by Comcast, and instantly service got way better. It wasn't even close. It was like within a few weeks, it was like way better. Yeah, they were horrible. Heather McIver, appraisers suck. Yeah, I agree. Let's say it this way. 90% of appraisers completely suck. They completely suck. They're awful. Come to find out, ours has been blacklisted by multiple lenders because she doesn't respond. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. We're at 2 weeks since they requested corrections to her reports. Yep. Unresponsive or, so I have gotten a couple of appraisers thrown off banks lists. Yep. Not single-handedly, but another complaint, another issue. I just had an appraiser appraise a property for $670K with $8,200 a month worth of rental income. If I had the opportunity to buy that property at $670K, I would buy 10 of them. 10. I would sell stuff to buy more of them at $670. It's a 7-unit. Just complete moron. And his numbers don't work because I talked to other investors and I was like, hey, do you know who this appraiser is? Brian. And they're like, yeah. And I was like, ooh, why do you say it like that? He's like, he totally screwed one of my deals. I was like, get out. Come to find out, he screwed a bunch of other number of deals because his algorithm, his formula is just off. He thinks he knows what he's doing because he's been around for 25 years. Old, antiquated, doesn't get it. Completely doesn't get it. I got flagged for a structural issue by an appraiser. And then I have a structural engineer. I had to pay $600 to come out and review it. Guess what his report said? Basically said the appraiser's an idiot. Unbelievable. I mean, I wanted to kiss the structural engineer when he was done. I wanted to kiss the guy because that was just absolutely freaking huge. Oh, Three Amigos. Yeah. I don't think any of us are Martin Short. I'd have to be like, I don't know how tall Mike is. I think he's 6 feet, if I had to guess. I think Dion's about the same. I think we're all about the same. I'm just the biggest one, not muscle. Yeah, lumberjack. Yeah, I don't know how big those guys are. We tried to actually, Dion was doing his cross-country trip. He almost did a Boston stop. And then when my daughter got sick, we had to cancel. So, yeah, I was so super bummed. So super bummed. But, yeah, Three Amigos, great film. I don't know which one would be which in that film. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who would be who in that film. I'll have to watch it again. Yes. Three Amigos. J-Lo Flicks, you are Porthos. Mike is Aramis. And the other fellas. Nice. The Three Musketeers. That's awesome. Yeah, I just have so much fun with those guys. It's a blast. I don't have enough friends here to do that Three Amigos with my other friends. I like the diversity that we have. I'm going to try and do something like that with kind of my team. When I say my team, none of them work directly for me, but I've got my broker and my banker. And that's my team. So I'm going to try and do something with them. Yeah, it'll be fun. Are you trying to go to 5 hours now? No, I actually didn't realize 4:16. Oh, freaking hell. I missed the whole first NFL game. That's all right. I'll live. Yeah, so no, we're just answering all questions. Ouch. Dion should plan to go back to Boston. Yeah, I would love to. Would love to have him come back to Boston. So he obviously military guy, ex-cop. He's obviously outdoorsy and shoots things. I shoot things at things. I don't shoot them. I shoot at. But yeah, I think we're a lot alike. We both house hacked. Yeah, we both did it based on financial devastation. But yeah, I really like Dion. I really like him. He is very cerebral. So he's not lazy. He is cerebral. He's not. I guess he is lazy sometimes because he'll only buy done stuff. But yeah, he's a lot. He's good. I like Dion a lot. I like Michael. I think they're just fantastic guys. Mike and I have almost exactly the same background. We both spent years and years and years in software. And so he's retired. I'm not. I'm just trying to find out the exact day and age he retired. And I'm going to try and retire a day before him. I just thought of that now. That'd be funny. He has way more units than I do, though. He has way more doors. I think I'll be at 90 by the end of the year. I think, and he's at 180 something. I think 187. So yeah, he's huge. He's huge. Let's see. What are some of the paint colors people are using now? I use in all of my units. I use one color. Stone Harbor Gray by Benjamin Moore. I buy it by the 5-gallon bucket full. So Stone Harbor Gray. People love it. It's the gray in this room. People love it. Love it, love it, love it. Every single person that sees our units are like, oh, I really love the color. Cool. I do all my own decorating and all my own design. I know. Lumberjack. Yeah. I do it. All my own design, all my own color selection, kitchen design, everything. Everything. Outlet layout. I'm a fiend when it comes to that stuff when we're redoing something. We'll put more outlets in. We put them in the right spots, and then we'll put in outlet types. We'll use the USB types, fast charging USBs, like where bed stands typically go. We think about that when we look at a bathroom or a bedroom. Same thing around the counters, because you have to have GFCIs close to the water within 6 feet, I think it is. But then outside of that, we'll do USBs. That way people can plug their phone in right on the kitchen counter while they're doing whatever. Excuse me. Yep. So yeah, favorite color right now is Stone Harbor Gray. That's been our color for 4 years. That's why people see us put stuff up on the market and they're like, hey, just realized you just posted that. And that was true for the longest time. And then some, like 2 or 3 people started copying that color. So now their stuff looks like ours. Like, I didn't realize you were going to sell that. Not my property. I might buy it though. I don't have to repaint it. It's exactly the color I want. So yeah, pretty funny. Heather McIver. Oh, thank goodness your structural guy backed you up. Yep. I always laugh about Mike and his mold story. Sucks at the time, but always a good story after. Yeah. That wasn't the first time. Like, we've been flagged for other stuff, but it was just like, and then it's an argument. Like, well, he's an appraiser. And they go, great, wonderful. How many houses he constructed? Oh, 0? Oh, okay. Then I guess I have more experience in it where it matters structurally. So yeah, I basically folded that thing and shoved it up there sideways. It pissed me off. I'm going to spend that $600. And the worst thing is it hit my appraisal too. I guarantee he gave me a lower appraisal number because of it. So I was pissed. Yep. Yeah, it was garbage. Because now I'm stuck with that appraiser. So that appraisal cost me $4,500 and I'm stuck with it for at least a year. Crap. Total crap. Heather McIver. This will be a big story for us once we get through it. Yeah. Thanks for the inspiration. You're very welcome. In fact, Heather, if you want, you are welcome to, I'll do a show with you. Send me your information. Lumberjacklandlord@gmail.com. I'll do a show with you about it after you close it, but not unless you close it. But yeah, I'll do one with you. Would love to. And you're very welcome for the inspiration. It's my pleasure. I have a lot of fun doing these. So I have a blast with you guys. It's a lot of fun. If Dion comes back, I'll take him to the range. Yeah, dude, I'm ready to go to the range. White Birch, man. White Birch Armory. Know the dudes there. High quality guys. A bunch from ex-military. Amazing, 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 amazing facility. So if you're on the East Coast at all, White Birch Armory. I make nothing for saying that, but amazing. Yeah, amazing. Antoine, LOL. I'm not sure what you're laughing at, but I said a lot of funny things recently. I thought they were all pretty funny. Yeah, gray is the way to go. Same here. Yep, Bo. Yep. Stone Harbor Gray. Great. Universal. The other thing too is then bright white everything around it. Yep. Bright white doors, all that stuff. Yep. Trope Force. In regards to adding value, do you think supply chain issues are at a point that house hack, burr, and flip deals are attractive again? Yes and no. Yes and no. Burrs. So house hack, yes, consistently. Burrs, tough with burrs. The main reason it's tough with burrs is because it literally just relies on an appraisal. And I've seen so much variant. I saw a house. Yeah, I've seen houses like appraised for 10% less. And if you got that 10% less, then that's rough, man. That's rough. That hurts. That's painful. That's expensive. So yeah, no good. I would say no on burrs, yes on house hacks. Flip deals, I would not be doing a flip deal right now. I wouldn't. I would do a flip. I would do a buy, renovate, hold, but not refi. Because I just too scared about what that would mean dollars wise. I don't know. When was the last burr I did? This year. Yeah, this year. It's part of the $1 Million Challenge. Yep. So yeah, I think it really is market dependent. Very much so. Let's see. You and Meet Kevin have very different views on rehab. He does everything from Home Depot and Lowe's. Yeah. Uh-huh. He doesn't know the difference between quality of product. Oh. Like, I researched the actual product itself, and he's a wicked smart guy. But what do I know? I have 1,000 subs. He has 1.7 million. So what do I know? And I didn't run for the governor of my state. But yeah, I don't like Lowe's. I don't like. I will do a Lowe's video. Actually, I'll just real quickly, basically what the Lowe's video is. Didn't stand behind their product at all. During COVID, it took them a year to get back to me, even though I sent them an email message. In the beginning, it was once a week. Then it was once a month. They never got back to me, never let me know that they discontinued that relationship with that vendor. Didn't care. Then when I showed them all the emails and showed them it was a problem, you know what they did? They gave me the finger. They said, nah, yeah, it's out of warranty. So now I will never buy anything else at Lowe's, ever. And you know what? For me, I used to buy all of my appliances at Lowe's, all of them. All of them. For those of you who are keeping track, I own 70-something refrigerators. I own 70-something stoves. I own 60-something microwaves. That was a huge mistake on their part. Very stupid. I would spend probably 30 to 40,000, probably 40 to 50,000 a year on appliances there. And I would probably spend another 20 or 30 a year on materials. So they can pound sand, and they didn't want to stand by a $600 product. Pound sand. Yep. That's exactly what they did to me, and they didn't care. And I talked to, email, they would never get on the phone with me either. Nope. There's just nothing we can do because of the vendor. I have an idea. You brought in a crappy vendor. You figure it out. So they didn't care. So whatever. Let's see. I guess you're talking about county. No. That's a county is an assessor. No, county is assessor. I'm talking about actual appraisers. Yep. I'm talking about actual appraisers. Yep. Not an assessor. Nope. Assessors are from the cities. And in fact, a lot of them are outsourced now. And with how good technology is getting, a lot of them, are just outside. If they do like what's called a curbside, they can do it with technology now. They don't even need to do an actual inside inspection. So no, I was talking about an actual appraiser, not an assessor. Crimson Knight, wishing I didn't listen to him as much as when I started rehabbing. Yeah, crap product, right? It's the problem with these big box stores is a lot of their stuff is crap. And so I'll even buy a cabinet from one of these good cabinet companies I do business with, Fabu or Choice. I'll even buy a cabinet there and then just put my own top on it. Granite. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's not the cheap crap that you get there. They've gotten some stuff better. Lowe's had a better inventory for a while, but now I won't buy at Lowe's anymore. So Lowe's can pound it. They suck. The bigger thing that sucks is they didn't stand behind their product. They didn't care. They didn't care. And I was like, okay, fine. I can not spend $50,000 with you and spend it somewhere else. Fine. See you. Stone Harbor by Benjamin Moore. Yep. Stone Harbor Gray by Benjamin Moore. And I use their Regal Select product. I think it's called Regal Select. I use their Regal Select product. Yep. That's like a primer all in one included. It gives faster coverage, better coverage. My paint guys can paint faster with it, so it reduces price. It makes up for it kind of in paint cost, but it's only a little bit more, but it's also far more resilient. Far more resilient. Heather McIver, Bill Burson. Ours is a private. Okay, yeah. Yep. Trope Force, you provide microwaves to tenants. Are they built-ins? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, we don't do countertop ones. It's part of my design. I know I'm a little bit of a snob when it comes to my kitchens. They're beautiful. They're beautiful. Nokodon, I had an appraiser appraise my triplex for $260 when Zillow said $375. Like, what the hell? Yeah. Have I heard of Appliance Connection? I've heard of them. One of the things that we're changing to do now, one of the things that we're doing now is we're actually contracting with a small local company, just because we want to keep the money in the local market. And they can offer us the same type of terms that Lowe's did. And when I say terms, it's actually more just product, because I don't get any special terms. I pay for it when I buy it. Let's see. I never dancing alone with rentals. I never liked it when a remodeled home looked like a Home Depot blew up inside of it. Yeah, and that's the thing is their product is very predictable. In fact, when you've been doing this too long, when you can walk a property and figure out where they bought their stuff, that's an issue for me. It's an issue for me. Yep. JLo Flicks seems like Lowe's is to Home Depot as Target is to Walmart. Shopping for elitist snobs. For the record, I do shop at Walmart. I do shop at Target. I do shop at Home Depot, and I do shop at Lowe's. Lowe's is off the list because they screwed me and didn't honor a product that they made. And I showed that it was within warranty with the emails that I sent, but apparently they can't read dates. They literally, it showed 2020 and they said, yeah, but it's 2021. It's out of warranty. Look at the date on the email, 2020. Yeah, that's right, asshole. It took you that long to respond back. So anyway. Dancing Alone with Rentals. My niche was high-end remodeling and modest rentals. Yep, that's exactly what we did. Yep, we've been doing that for 20 years. So we'll do an A-class remodel in an A or B-class area. The only ones that haven't been fully remodeled are ones where it's like we have somebody that says we need housing for this person right away. And so we help them out, we get them housing, and then we just figure it out. Crimson Tide. Would you still use primer with Regal Select? Nope. I would just use the Regal Select. That stuff was awesome. Unless you're working with like a wooden wall. So yeah, only in specific scenarios, but no, just on a normal wall, Regal Select. Nope, no primer. Nope, Regal Select, no primer. I would assume maybe not with drywall, but painting over wood. Yeah, exactly. I should have just read the rest. Yeah, so like a bins or something. We just had a place that had the first 3 feet of the wall was all wood, and it was old, outdated wood. So we just bins the whole thing. Bins, Zinsser primer, kills, all the same thing. We used all that stuff and it did a great job, gave us the look that we wanted, and then we painted over on top of that. So yeah, it was good. Crimson Knight, it's just too easy to coupon hack at Lowe's and Home Depot, cheap coupons online. Yes, but you're getting crappy product. So I get it. But Lowe's, yeah, whatever. You want to know what's really cheap? What's really cheap is because we do so many units. So you can still find overseas where they manufacture like outlets for like electrical outlets. Well, vendors here buy them from vendors there overseas. So if they're UL certified, they don't have a rule that says that they can't sell them. So I've gone through Alibaba and I've bought 500 outlets, 500 light switches, and you'll pay like 50 cents a piece instead of like $2. How's that for a hack? Hack. Blah, 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 blah. JLo Flicks. I tend to overgeneralize at times. Sorry. No, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, Walmart. So true story. My wife and I, when we were broke, we would not only go to the McDonald's dollar menu, but the other thing we do is 7-Eleven or Cumberland Farms. Cumberland Farms are big here in the East. So we would do Cumberland Farms and they would have 2 hot dogs for $2 and then a $1 drink, which was like a big fountain soda thing. And then what was the other thing that they had that was like that? Like the jumbo dogs or something like that. And so we would go there when we didn't have any money. We would go there and do that so we could eat for under $5. So, and we did that like 4 months ago. So we still do it every once in a while. Great once in a while, but we still do it. Do I use electronic door locks like Dion? You mean Dion? Does he use them like me? Yeah. Yeah, we use, we've been actually using electronic door locks for 10 years. Yep. 10 years we've been putting them in and installing them. The only failure that we've ever had of one is batteries running out because people just they ignore the red blinking light. So we do that for all of them. And what we do is we have a master code for us. And then we have multiple codes that we put in for one-time use for contractors if they're contractors that we know and trust. And then we have their code, the tenant's code. Except now they hold up to 10 codes. So we don't even give keys anymore. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. And we buy them by bulk. We buy them Home Depot, Black Friday sale. We buy them in bulk because they're almost always 20 to 30% off. So yeah, yep, we use electronic door locks. I think they're called Gatehouse, if I'm not mistaken, but they're good. I like them, good quality. Matthew Paris. So what do you say to guys like Dion who put 30K earnest deposits? Do you see the strategy as a problem when banks are pulling loans last minute? No, because there's always unless you're not doing a financing contingency, but I'll do a financing contingency. So no matter what it is, I'll get that money back. I've written big deposits before. Generally speaking, we ask them. So if you guys saw the reverse offer strategy that I've done, we ask them, is that something that's important to you? If you want a big deposit, 10, 20,000 bucks, we'll do it. But prefer no, but it doesn't matter. So I always have a financing contingency. Always. Because I don't know if the market's going to shift. And if they yank that loan, I don't want to be obligated to buy it with cash. I just had to buy one for cash. Sucked. I'll do a story all on its own. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. Since we are also in cold weather. Yeah, I'm trying to find a good one. Yeah, so the Gatehouse ones are good. Gatehouse is what we use. Schlag has them, but they're super expensive. They're like 3x the price. At least 2x the price. But yeah, Gatehouse, Home Depot, Black Friday. They have a big full one that has a keypad, like a digital keypad on it. Do not use that one. That one's awesome for interior to large building units. The one that we use is great. It's never had a problem opening in any of our cold weather. And I'm pretty sure it's Gatehouse. That's a good one. Joe Chilla, you'll be here. Awesome channel. Bought my first rental 4 months ago and about to rent it out. Awesome. Very cool. Congratulations. Thanks very much for the kind words. But dude, you're doing it. Awesome. You're on the ladder, man. Awesome. Or not, man. I don't know. Dude. So awesome. Congratulations. That's really, really good. I don't prefer Gatehouse over Quickset. I prefer their price over Quickset. And I've not had a Gatehouse let me down yet. If Gatehouse has started getting lousy, so Matt Paris, Gatehouse over Quickset. If they started getting crappy, then I would, yeah. Yep. Gatehouse always gives me problems after a year. Oh, really? Yeah, I hadn't experienced that. The only ones that ever gave us any sort of an issue were the ones where they had the program, but then they had you turn the spindle to get into the lock. That's the only one that we ever saw any issues with. All the other ones have been really good for us. And like I said, we've been using some of them for about 10 years. So yeah, no issue there. Joe Chilla, congratulations on your new place. That's awesome. That's so cool. Love it. Love to hear that you did that. That's great. J-Lo Flicks, sounds like you found a perfect wife for you. Curious how you met. You guys would never guess. Not in a billion years. Never guess. Nope. So it kind of ruins my 2 truths and a lie. But for those of them that have played that game with me, they already know the answer. So I guess I'll tell you. So I met my wife singing. No joke. She was my choir director at church. Seriously. I know. Light up the board. I know you guys would never have guessed that. No joke. Yep. That's how we met. She was my choir director. Yeah, she was my choir director. That's how we met. And then, yeah. Yep, that's how we met. She was my choir director at church. And then she was like, I want you to sing this song. I was like, no, thank you. She's like, no. I was like, ugh. Yeah, I will not sing. Even though I have a studio quality mic and I know what one looks like. I retired. So we were the traveling Von Trapps for a while. I met her, would sing in church, got a bunch of solos. Then they would do these like dinner dancing things for like married couples. And we would always get asked to sing at those. And so we would sing at those together. And yeah, no, I'm done. I'm retired. I told my wife, I was like, because I was always petrified of getting on stage. So I knew I could sing, but I hated being on stage, believe it or not. Now I've got a camera in front of my face all the time. Yeah, nope. Now I sing to my kids. Now I sing to my kids all the time. So Greatest Showman, Frozen 2, Moana. Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. It's so much fun though. I love singing to my kids. My kids can sing, so it's really, really good. And my wife has a beautiful voice. So it was a lot of fun singing with her on a lot of the stuff that we did together. So that was fun. But yeah, thankfully that time has passed. Yeah. Yep. She was classically trained and I was not. Mine was grip it and rip it. And so I did the best I could. But yeah, I was pretty good. For those of you, so I love music. I love vocalists. I don't play anything. My family plays a ton of stuff, but I play nothing. But Miles Kennedy is probably my favorite vocalist. He has his own single albums, but he's also the lead vocalist for, he did some stuff for Slash, but he's also the lead vocalist for Alter Bridge, which is a great band. So yeah, that's, he's got a gift. He's in his 50s now. Doesn't look it, but yeah, he's got an amazing gift. Let's see. But I don't, so Matthew Paris, but I don't use electronic keypads. So yeah, you got to use the keypad, man. Their regular locks suck. I don't care about their key lock. I only care about the pad. That's it. Just the pad. Matthew Paris, yodeling in lederhosens? No, actually. Yeah, you'll never see that. Not out of this guy. Yodeling in lederhosen. That's awesome. Yeah, no. Nope. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's any videos of me online. It was before YouTube was a thing. But yeah, I did a lot of shows. But only in like a year and a half. There's a lot of shows over like a year and a half, but that was it. And now we'll goof around and we'll sing goofy stuff together. But we sing mostly for our kids. A lot of Disney. So if the whole landlording thing doesn't work out, I guess I'll go work for a Disney cruise. Yeah, you'll see me, the Lumberjack Landlord, on a Disney cruise, singing A Whole New World from Aladdin. That's so good. Yeah, you won't find them at Home Depot now. They're literally like a holiday thing. Yep. Yeah, that was Heather MacGyver. She said, I can't find them on Home Depot now, those locks. You won't. But 1 second, Heather. HomeDepot.com. Now they have Defiant. These are pretty good too. These are what we use a lot of as well. So Gatehouse and Defiance. So they are, and they're the perfect combo pack because the bottom one doesn't have a lock. So it's a doorknob that doesn't have a lock, but this is what you're looking for. That's what it looks like. I'm trying to give you the number. Can you see the number? Yeah, but it's Defiant. The it's 5487. They're out of stock right now. Yeah, but 5487. Hold on. Let me give you a number. Awesome. You're welcome. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yep. They are trying to find the product number for you. Okay. Here's the model number is 32B as in boy, G as in George, X as in X-ray, 2C1, C as in Charlie, 1. So it's 32 boy, George, X-ray, 2 Charlie, 1 Nancy, Echo, Oscar. That's their model number. I gave you the model number because that way you can shop for it in other places. But those have been awesome for me. We've used a ton of them. Tunsies. All right. Now I just have to go to 5 hours because I'm only 15 minutes off. I got to be honest, I'm hurting. Oh. We're going to keep on going. Found it. Perfect. What do I think about decks? Oh. Okay. Would you get rid of one that is on a second floor that eats into the first floor tenant's side yard? I'm not seeing the utility in a few I've looked at. I don't know that there's much utility. I think it's more just an amenity. And I think that in a loose market, you want as many amenities as you can have over somebody else. So yeah, so I would do those. So Crimson, you can do even better than that. Actually, there are coupons out there that are 10% off that I think that they'll honor online. I'm not positive, but I think they will. But yeah, you can get that coupon. So regarding the debt question, Andrew, yeah. Yep. Liquid IV to sustain you. I don't disagree. You might actually, yeah, that's a funny story. I can't tell you that story, but someday I will. Liquid IV, yeah. I think there's a lot of sugar in that, and sugar and I don't get along. This is body built by pasta. Actually, it's more built by steak. It's more built by steak. I love steak. You have permission to end the live, Matt. Thanks, Andrew. Now I'm going 13 more minutes. And why? Because Mike was busting my stones about doing a 4-hour, even though he won't do more than an hour or 90 minutes. So he's busting my stones about doing a 4-hour. Well, there's questions that keep on coming in, so I don't mind. I'll go an extra 13 minutes. Yeah, I'm not just going to hang. I'm not just mailing it in, Crimson. I'm not mailing it in. We're going wire to wire with information. This is the information age, don't you know? Wire to wire. Oh, for those of you who were not here for the flooring, American Flooring Corporation, 725-212-8610, 725-212-8610. Here is again, sampling of the product that we can get from them. It's awesome. This is 7-inch. They also have 9-inch, the commercial stuff. Here's the commercial stuff. Also freaking awesome. I mean, like, holy crap, this is heavy. And look how tiny a piece it is. Moving boxes of this sucked because my storage facility has stairs. But this product, awesome. This product is absolutely awesome. You will love, love, love this product. Yes. Is that LVP? Yes. Yep. This is vinyl plank. That's what it is. And it is the best. I missed the first 3 or yeah. You missed the first 3 hours. Where were you, Trope? Jeez. Anyway, so that's the amazing product. If a place has hardwood floors, would you put the LVP over them to keep the hardwood? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yep, because you only get so many sands out of those old hardwoods. Like if you have like a pumpkin pine floor, which is about 150 years old, you can't replace it. And when you go to convert it to like, or sell it as a condo, maybe someday, people will love that original floor. So yeah, I wouldn't bother putting that vinyl plank in to avoid that. Yeah, totally. Yep. Yep. I would put LVP over it. Yeah, for sure. Trope 4, since you missed the first 3 hours, that's a good one. American Flooring Corporation. If you call them and tell them the Lumberjack Landlord sent you, you will speak with Marty at this number, 725-212-8610. There's a special deal that they're giving us. They won't say what, but there is a special deal they're giving us. They will do sample boxes for us as well, where they send this, the commercial, and then some other product too. They're awesome people, amazing customer service. Again, 725-212-8610, 725-212-8610. Marty, the flooring guy, is the guy that you're actually going to talk to. Marty, the flooring guy. He's one of the higher ups there. He's not just a sales guy. He's one of the higher ups there. Tell him Lumberjack Landlord sent you, and he will, they have a package that they're doing for folks where they'll send out sample boxes and things like that. Their sample boxes are awesome. Put product like this in there. It's awesome. We earlier did this. Screwdriver on the floor. No scratches. It's a pretty good product. I like it. We installed a lot of it. Expected to install a lot more. So yeah, it's really good. Andrew P. I had to drop off earlier, so I still need to go back and find the answer to my question. RE seller financing. You dropped off before I answered that? What the hell? Just kidding. Yeah, you're going to have to go back and find it because I gave you a long answer. Oh, it was good quality content. Thank you for the good question. J-Lo Flick, steak rules, Texas Roadhouse makes my favorite ribeye. Yes, steak does rule. I travel the country. I used to do 100,000 miles a year on the planes. Not as much as Mike. He went overseas. I was mostly domestic, but flew all over the country. And everywhere I would go, if the company was telling me I had to be on the road, I told them they had to buy me steak. So I've eaten in pretty much every good steakhouse in all these major cities across the country. So yeah, you name it, probably eaten there multiple times, but I like very specific. I like a filet, butterfly cut, medium well. That's my favorite. And then different sauces depending on the mood that I'm in. So that really ranges. Bo Burnson, if you were holding cash for a few years, would you do high interest savings, CDs, or bonds? Rates are so low now. I couldn't care. Yeah. So I don't want to be rude because I understand the question, but I couldn't care less. I mean, it's like the difference between 1% and 0.25% or 1/8%. And that's even if you're finding, so for me, nope, I'm just keeping it available to me. I'm just keeping it available to me. Yep. There will be opportunity for some distressed properties. It's not going to be this massive windfall foreclosure. It's not going to be anything like that. But there will be opportunity for specific sellers needing a specific buyer that can do something very quickly, like 10 days. And so for that, I just wouldn't want the rigmarole, the runaround, what about this? Well, what about that? No. I want to literally be able to walk in my bank and write a check off of a bank account or 2 bank accounts to make up the difference, to get a deal done. Yep. So I'm literally just sitting in an account. That's it. Because I plan on deploying that a large majority of that capital in the next 12 months. So a year's worth of interest doesn't really faze me a whole lot. Sarn L, with Stone Harbor gray walls, what color paint do you use for your kitchen? Bright white. Yep, bright white, and I use stainless steel poles, the bar poles. And I over-exaggerate the bar pole, so I get a larger bar pole. I'll show you my kitchens. I'll show you one of my kitchens coming up in a Zoom this week. I'll show you a kitchen. because we're on quarantine now with my daughter. So I will show you some pictures. I have tons of them. So yeah, we'll definitely show you that. Andrew, LOL, dude. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. Don't worry, I'm going back. Yeah, I'm not giving that answer again. It was long and probably not very helpful. A lot of scenarios to account for, but it's something. Restaurant steaks are okay. Best ones are made at home. So yes. Yes. Generally speaking, yes. My wife is a horrible cooker of steaks. And I like more the experience, just being able to sit back and relax. Because if I'm in a steak restaurant, I'm not trying to make my 3-year-old, my 2-year-old happy. So it's much more probably about the quiet time and the food, as much as I love my kids. Do you have a POV on unit cramming? Unit cramming. Criteria that would make you feel like you're at risk of ruining quality of life by adding too many units to a parcel. So as far as units to a parcel, it's really what the parcel will bear. And a lot of times zoning is far more conservative than I am. So zoning dictates. As far as rooms go, yeah, we're cognizant of that. Like, I'd rather have a decent 4-bedroom than a crammed 5. But it depends on what crammed means, right? Like, I have this one unit that has a bedroom that's 10 by 10. That's technically kind of small. It's pretty small. College kids don't mind. It's still larger than the dorm rooms that they came from just recently. So if they're moving in on their own, or even like kids, like my kids' bedrooms aren't that big. In fact, my youngest's room is, 10 by 10. I think 10 by or 12 by 10. It's pretty small. Pretty small. So yeah, that's my answer on the questions. I want to see the kitchen. Yeah, you and me both. I'll show it to you. It's killer. Like, my kitchens are awesome. It's something I definitely spent a lot of time figuring out, because one of the things Dion and Mike and I talked about was having your biggest, most expensive expense, right, being housing. Screw the $5 latte. Like, it's important to make that adjustment, but it's far more important to get your rent right, because that's your biggest expense. So because of that, it follows much the way I did kitchens. I knew that my biggest bang was going to be in kitchens. So what did I have to do? I had to find the best value cabinets. I had to find the best value pulls. I had to find the best value countertops. So that way I can do a kitchen that looks $50,000 for a whole lot less. That's why I put as much time into designing my kitchens as I did, is because nobody walks into my kitchens and doesn't say it's one of the nicest kitchens they've ever been in. Happens every single time. And if you guys see the pictures and don't say that, I'm going to hurt. It's going to hurt my feelings. Just kidding. So yeah. Joe Chilla, do you think home prices are going down soon? Sorry if you've answered this. Oh no, you can ask. I know it depends on the market. It does depend on the market. But people buy payments. And so the things that really upset the market are much higher interest rates. That will slow things down. And when I say much higher, I mean like 1.5 points higher, 2 points higher. It will slow things down a little bit. The biggest issue is supply and demand. A typical healthy market is 6 months of inventory. Nationally, I think we have 2 months of inventory, a third. So it's still a seller's market. Now, a lot of people are getting nuts about the colors that they're charging, prices that they're charging. And so some of that stuff is naturally going to sit. But there's still stuff that's multi-offer. The deal that I'm going after this weekend is multi-offer. I'm just figuring out how I'm going to structure the deal. So good question. Crimson Knight, recommended lender. I got a pre-approval from Rocket after ditching Harbor One. They seem to not want to give people loans. Still prefer a local New Hampshire lender. Residential? Residential. Let me know. Residential. Heather McIver, I'm looking forward to the content coming up. Yes, there's much content coming up. I was teasing Mike. I said, Mike, I'm going to give you a run for money for the amount of content you create. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, I'm just joking. No one's doing 5 videos a day. I still have a job. It was a good laugh. Yeah, residential FHA. I think you've send me an email, lumberjacklandlord.com. Send me an email. I'll get you a couple names of guys that I use. Do you have more than 10 units or more than 10 buildings, more than 10 mortgages? Sorry. Crimson, just tell me. Crimson Knight, your kitchens are great for rental, but I have seen better on HTV TV. You haven't. You haven't. I'm telling you, this other kitchen that I just did, haven't. It blows. And I'm doing it on a budget. You tell me when you see their kitchen. You tell me when you see my kitchen. You tell me what theirs costs and what mine costs. And 9.5 out of 10 people buy mine. Guaranteed. Crimson. No faith. 5 hours. Holy sh! I'm tired. Anyway, let's finish up these questions. When are you going to share the kitchen template for materials, colors? So the template is, the template still is Fabu wood or choice cabinets, white shaker cabinets. The countertops are something you guys probably can't get, which is something called leathered fantasy brown, which is a special textured countertop. And you probably can't get that. But that's what I use because it's very special. And then the other one is, rod pulls, and that's standard. And I'll show you what those are. So that's the template. So that's that. Thanks for Bro Burnson. Thanks for all you do. We'll be praying for baby Anna. P.S. Love the Lambo Challenge idea. Thank you very much for the prayers. We appreciate every single one. Guys, thanks so much for spending these 5 hours with me. Give me a thumbs up if you haven't already. If you haven't already, what the hell? Really? Like 5 hours? I mean, there's some other guy that's going 5 hours. I wonder if Mike does 5 hours a week. He probably does. 5 hours a week? Yeah, I think he does. Yeah, he definitely does 5 hours a week. Anyway, that's 5 hours all at once. So 5 hours. Yeah, that's good. Thank you for being a part of that, guys. Thank you so much for all your prayers for our family, for our daughter. Know that we're praying for you as well. We're very blessed, honestly, to be in the position that we're in with the doctors that we're in. Like I said, we're believing for a miracle because we know a miracle is really the only chance we have at 8%. So we're just waiting for God to move, but expect that he will. So we appreciate all you guys very, very much. Thank you very much for all the time that you spent with me today. It was a lot of fun, even though my kids my kids thank you too, because if I yell at them tonight, they're not going to hear it. It's going to just be in one and out the other. So guys, thank you very much for all your well wishes. Thank you very much for just spending this time with us. It was a lot of fun. And we'll be back next Sunday. And then I've got the kitchen picks and flooring picks, vinyl siding name, and then the pics of the LVL project. And then I'll get you pics of the picture of the pics of the kitchen that we did that just will blow your mind. I can share those on Zoom. I can't share them here. And Joe Chill, I told my wife, and we are praying. Guys, hit the like button. Thanks very much, Joe. I really appreciate that from you guys. So, guys, have a blessed rest of your day. Cabinet info will be included in the kitchen, right? Yeah. So, Fabu wood, Fabu wood, and choice cabinetry. Those are the two white shakers that we use. They are slightly different in color. Choice is slightly more expensive. But they're both really good quality, better than what you're going to find in any store. And in any store, you're going to be paying crazy numbers. So yeah, that's that. So, all right, everybody, thanks so much. Appreciate all the time on the live stream. And man, 5 hours. Honestly, it kind of felt the same as 3.5, but it was a lot of fun. Thanks, everybody. Take care. God bless. Bye, guys.